You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
He's the reigning Fortnite champion. She's a Call of Duty legend. They are Maggie and Perloff on CBS Sports Radio.
We've made it. Mandalay Bay Convention Center, Super Bowl 58, the Maggie and Perloff show on the road. We've done it, Perloff.
Yeah, nothing says Vegas like being in an empty room in the middle of the morning.
Come on, theater of the mind. There's showgirls here. There's slot machines, sort of.
We walked here, and there were wild people straggling past us.
Yeah, it is.
From last night in Vegas, who are still actually in the middle of their night while we're going to work. Yeah. But no, it does feel very Vegas-y. This is going to be a unique Super Bowl.
Slot machines on Radio Row, I never thought I'd see the day. Those literally exist right at the entrance. But we'll get more into what Vegas has been like since we arrived yesterday. But we've got a lot of Super Bowl stuff to get to. And one big show disagreement that I don't know if there's a right answer to, but I know you and I are on different sides of this, which is the Kansas City Chiefs. And are they closer to America's team right now, or are they closer to the villain of the NFL right now? And those are two very extreme positions to take, yet I think you and I see them as two totally different lights.
Why are the Kansas City Chiefs becoming villains? There is not a single thing that is unlikable. I think if people dislike the Chiefs, they're just looking for things to dislike because they have the most likable quarterback, the most likable coach, the most likable tight end who's dating the most popular musician. What is the downside with this team? Explain it to me, Maggie. Okay. Why are people going after them?
Well, if you were going to put up a poll question, and I'm sure we will at Maggie and Pearl, are the Chiefs closer to America's team or the villains of the NFL? I think this is their villain phase. They have crossed over into villains. You know, these things kind of go in ebbs and flows. And right now, they are the villains of the NFL. And here's a couple reasons why. Yes, Patrick Mahomes, we all agree, amazing quarterback of this generation. Yeah. We're not taking anything away, but the 6 straight AFC championships, this would be the 3rd Super Bowl win in 5 years. This is the type of success that is going to bring you a backlash, whether we love you or whether we despise you. Steph Curry went through it. Tom Brady went through it. It's really a badge of honor, but it does happen.
Well, Tom Brady went through it because he cheated. And Tom Brady was also a bit standoffish and competitive, and Tom Brady had a lot more going on. Patrick Mahomes, first of all, he's super nice. He's a family man. He throws the ball left-handed, no look. He's a magician.
Yeah.
He's like the Steph Curry of football. Like, he's the most entertaining player to watch. And also, to his credit, he's actually changed his game to help the team this year, let them be more a defense-run team. In many ways, I feel like he's the perfect player, but I get the sense out there he's annoying people.
Well, it's not just him. I mean, listen, the persona is manicured. It's not overly manicured. This is Russell Wilson we're talking about, where it kind of feels like everything is a little bit staged.
How is it manicured?
Well, I mean, just like any star quarterback, you know, you have to control your image a bit. That's not really where I'm getting at.
Yeah.
I think there's a couple other reasons why the NFL and why the Chiefs, rather, are the closer to the villains of the NFL than America's team, which is what we're talking about here. I think there's an idea out there. There's just an oversaturation with the Chiefs, and the Taylor Swift-Kelsey relationship has put this on a rocket ship. When you win as much as they do, you already are going to get attention. This is actually one of the great things about the NFL, I think. Market size means nothing. Yeah. And the most famous team can be in Green Bay, Wisconsin. One of the most popular teams can be in Buffalo, New York. It does not matter where you are. And I think Kansas City is not one of the big, huge markets. It's not New York or LA, but they get so much attention, rightfully so, because we're heaping this praise on them. And then, of course, the fame aspect of this just got put on 11. There's another reason why I think people believe that the Chiefs are closer to the villain than they are to America's team. I think there's an idea out there that the NFL wants this so bad, that they've wanted this so bad. They only want the extra eyeballs from Taylor. They want a dynasty. Dynasties are great for sports. You create this real obvious king of the mountain, and everyone's trying to take them off that perch. It's so easy. It's black and white. This is the best team in the NFL, no question. And I think there's an idea that the NFL just wants this so bad. I think a lot of fans would say, all right, now I want someone to take them down.
But, okay, this NFL wants them.
Yeah.
You're getting into conspiracy theories and I'm telling you, not you necessarily. This just I feel like I'm seeing this in public. Oh, the NFL is going to give the Chiefs a bunch of calls, and we all joke about that, about the NFL being a script,
right? And
they have a certain idea that they want to tell.
The NFL jokes about it. They made a whole commercial about it.
Yeah, but in reality, there haven't been egregious calls they've gotten the Chiefs here. They've obviously completely earned their spot here. So there's been no script writing. And I hear you. Like, I joke about that myself. I'm like, oh, there they go, getting Taylor to the Super Bowl. But the reality is it's just a joke.
No, they didn't have to. The Ravens played an all-time bad game. They didn't have to do any bad calls.
I don't know
there are a couple bad calls.
Yeah, I think I think the Chiefs won that game. I don't think the Ravens lost that game necessarily. But regardless, though, I think the Chiefs have obviously earned their way here. They have not, like, sort of been screenwrited their way along here. So everything you're saying, I understand it. And I do think, I think there are people out there who do think it's fixed. I think there are people out there who think there's too much of the Chiefs. They're in our face too much. But honestly, I just think it says something about the sporting public that they're a bit of, not you, but they're a bit of haters out there.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
there's a lot of haterade, as they say, in the atmosphere, which is ridiculous. We should appreciate the Chiefs for being this great team with this creative offense and this amazing quarterback. But what are we doing here? Why can't we just love this team?
No, I think there is a time when you're on the come up when people do love you.
Right, like 3 years ago with the Chiefs.
Yeah, where you're scratching and clawing and, you're just not exactly sure, okay, are they going to be able to do it? And then, also they go to a Super Bowl and lose to Tom Brady. And Tom was really the story of that seventh Super Bowl, the Tampa Super Bowl. That was not really a Mahomes thing. So then how can you get back? And you have to fight with Joe Burrow and Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson and all these great quarterbacks. Now, this is a credit to them. They vanquished all comers. I mean, they took out everybody. They would take them out at home, except for Burrow that one season. They take them out at home. They did it on the road, and we do heap so much praise. Like, this is the problem sometimes with these conversations. I love having them. Don't get me wrong. But you'll get people who will say, why are you guys so negative in the media? Yet when we say, well, Patrick Mahomes is the GOAT or could be the GOAT and catching Tom Brady, like, well, why are you putting Mahomes in with Brady? Like, no one loves the conversation where we're overly praising these guys either, because they'll say Patrick Mahomes hasn't earned that yet.
Yeah. No, I hear what you're saying. But, and I see
it all adds up to the villains.
I see it with LeBron James, too. I mean, I think his success has been resented. I saw it with Brady.
Yep.
But there's
Steph Curry, for sure.
I don't know why. I just think this Chiefs team is particularly, in my opinion, hard to dislike. Partly because it's not just Mahomes, it's Andy Reid. I mean, he is like America's coach in a way. Andy Reid is close to 100% liked. There's no downside.
You want to know what? I got to be honest. I know he has a long history in Philadelphia and has a successful history there, and then coming to Kansas City. I don't know if I feel like I really know Andy Reid.
No, he will never let you know.
Exactly. So
but that's good.
Okay, sure. I mean, when I think of him as this figure in the NFL, and we're talking right now about the Kansas City Chiefs, are they closer to America's team? Or are they closer to the villains of the NFL? With the Andy Reid component, it doesn't really factor into me as much. I think people were happy for him when he won his first Super Bowl because he got so close in Philly and fell short. But now, I don't really get a sense I know this person.
I feel like he's sort of a teddy bear. I think he's in these commercials now. You've seen a new side of him. I think you might not know him, but I think generally you like him. Where, funny, on the flip side, I think Kyle Shanahan is a little edgier. Kyle Shanahan, you hear things, if you read enough, a lot of players have problems with him because he's such a disciplinarian. I don't think Kyle Shanahan is as likable. And that's not taking anything away from his coach. He's an incredible coach. But I feel like Andy Reid, if you ever hear an ex-player talk about Andy Reid, it is so positive. It's like he is just cares about his players. Yeah. He tries to do the right thing, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, to be able to, that's a tough needle to thread, to be able to do that and hold your players accountable.
Yeah.
You know, like that was something Belichick was always holding people accountable, but he would come across as, aloof, strict, all that. I think Shanahan has that a little bit as well.
Well, Belichick was not holding his players accountable off the field.
Well, that's true.
Famously with Aaron.
That's true.
Where, and Andy Reid also has dealt with a lot of
that's true.
Character issues. He brought in Michael Vick after the dogfighting. Like, he's not afraid of that. Anyway, I just think there's a lot to like about Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes. And let's talk about Kelsey for 1 second, too.
Yeah.
What is there to not like about Kelsey except for dating Taylor Swift? Well, before that, he was at 100.
Again, we're talking about, are the Chiefs closer to America's team or are they closer to the villains? This Kelsey's story is is almost the same as Mahomes with a little twist. Kelsey's story is the success. Yeah. The question of how is Travis Kelsey still open is going to be one of the great mysteries that goes down with, like, where's Amelia Earhart's plane and, like, is there a Bigfoot? Like, how is this guy still open?
How many times, as you're a Bills fan, have you screamed at the TV, there's a 8-foot pocket. He's just sitting there. There's no one on him. Who else are you going to throw to? What are you, double teaming Rashee Rice? Get on Kelsey.
It's just been, It's amazing. It's like the eighth wonder of the world how Kelsey's open somehow in the middle of the field on 3rd and 8.
Well, it was funny. The first touchdown against the Ravens, I was shocked that Kelsey made that contested catch. I'm like, wow, he was actually had a guy on him for the first time ever.
Right. There was someone on his hip.
Ever. You're right. But
so Kelsey, it's the success that breeds the contempt, just like with Patrick Mahomes. And then, listen, when you enter into a relationship with somebody who is as famous as his girlfriend, you are immediately going to turn some people off, right? Especially when it's an artist.
Oh, okay. Why?
I think there are going to be people who like her and people who don't, and then she and him kind of get globbed together.
Especially because she's more famous. Like Joe DiMaggio could date Marilyn Monroe because he was the Marilyn Monroe of the male side.
Right.
So for him, he's sort of Travis. No offense to Travis, is batting up here. This is dating Taylor Swift. I think is more complicated for him. Is it similar to dating a Kardashian? Do we dislike players because they date Kardashians?
Well, I'm not trying to be a jerk here, but I think people at least respect that Taylor has some talent. Nobody's sure why the Kardashians are famous outside of the obvious assets that are coveted by most men. So they're sort of like, I think. Maybe even if you don't like her, you don't love her music, I think you still acknowledge that she's got talent. I mean, she literally won Album of the Year last night at the Grammys. It's not a fluke.
Album of the Year for the Grammys?
She's not like an Instagram influencer. She's out there writing songs.
Album of the Year of the Grammys. I'd like to see the pop crap that's won that award over the last 25 years.
This is when Perloff goes counterculture.
Oh, my God. Counterculture. The Grammys is ridiculous. Anyway, it's all adding up to, I guarantee this week, we're going to be in Vegas. It's going to be I think there's going to be a growing tidal wave of animosity and rooting against the Chiefs, which is so weird to me because, again, they just seem like this nice guy team. And it almost feels the other thing, too. I know we're on in San Francisco.
Yeah.
That the Niners are the other team in the Super Bowl, that it's about the Chiefs, which is probably good for the Niners. I think they like this position.
Yeah, I mean, I might disagree with you there. I think this is big for the Niners. You have the Purdy story, which has become... one of the hot button issues in sports right now. Like, what is the actual level of praise and skill that we should apply to Brock Purdy? Where does he fall on this sort of elite, not elite spectrum? And then also, we love these kind of underdog stories. Tom Brady when he first won, Kurt Warner when he won, Russell Wilson, I guess, even though he was a 4th-round pick, or 3rd. We like the guy who comes out of nowhere. So I think San Francisco, I think they are a worthy foe here and have just as many cool stories.
I hear you, but I think we're in sports. I think for the rest of the world, the shadow of Taylor Swift and the Chiefs is going to overwhelm everything else.
Another reason why they're the villains.
Yeah, maybe that's why. It's like I just had this image of Star Wars or Empire Strikes Back when the gigantic ship comes over the small planet and shade comes everywhere. Yeah, I think San Francisco is probably thrilled about this. They probably don't want this spotlight.
Considering they're favored in the game. Yeah, it's a rare place to be in where you're favored and you're maybe not the headliner.
Well, you mentioned Tom Brady and the Bucs played the Chiefs, and the Chiefs were the other team, and that's the Super Tom Brady. It's nothing against them. So we'll see how this plays out. But I say Chiefs should be America's team, not the villain. But I think that the villain's going to win that poll if we put it up.
All right, EJ is here with us. Of course, we don't do anything without EJ. So obviously he's going to be our right-hand guy here in Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
We did dinner last night. It was great.
Awesome.
We went to Jim Rome's spot, actually. It's not really his spot. It's a spot he's been talking about on his show for the last, 15 years. Javier's, our pal Sully, his wife Schmoopy, and wined us and dined us, took us out. Well, not so much wine. Dine.
Yeah.
And now we're here. Villain or America's team, where are the Chiefs closer to?
Villain, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
I think at this point, the Taylor Swift effect, honestly, the Patrick Mahomes effect a little bit. I think people, between the whining that happened with the Bills game where, he was upset that they called that offsides and he goes up to Josh Allen. He's like, that was a BS call. Like, I just think people, they don't like winners. And they don't like people who win a lot, who are, championship caliber, who are there all the time. You get tired of them. I think that a lot of people have a Chiefs fatigue.
Are they winning gracefully is a question.
That's another one, too. I think it started last year, too, a little bit. I know Perloff said that, Kelsey was this guy who was likable, but I don't know if a lot of people love that jabroni thing with the mayor of Cincinnati. Like, it came off a little pretentious. It came off a little arrogant.
Yeah, but you're forgetting Donna Kelsey and the Love Fest and hugging him afterwards.
That was big.
He's pretty down to earth. I mean, That's why I think Taylor likes him. He doesn't put on a lot of airs. That's why his podcast is popular. No, I see what you're saying, but we didn't hate Michael Jordan, like, did we? That was the one.
Some fan bases, I think, did, but
really, Michael. But I feel like everybody was a Michael Jordan fan, but Mahomes should get that too.
Okay, well, you can think that Mahomes is the Jordan of the sport, which we've talked about, but on the whole, kind of think that want to see the Chiefs get knocked down a peg.
Yeah,
you can still be there. Why don't we put this up on Twitter at Maggie and Pearl? Are the Chiefs closer to America's team or the villains? Obviously, the Cowboys. Are they still America's team? That's a whole other.
Well, that's the thing. They have such a stranglehold on America's team. I mean, honestly, I'd say that the Cowboys are the third biggest story of the week, and I don't even know what's going on with them.
Just blanket statement.
Yeah. America's team, I think it's going to be a hard title to take, but the Chiefs had 5 of the 10 most popular games this year. They matched the Cowboys, so they're getting up in the ratings. People love a dynasty because they can hate them and love them, so that's good for us, right? I mean, root for the Chiefs because we can, your Bills, they keep losing to them, but the more Super Bowl rings they get, the more exciting it's going to be when the Bills eventually knock them off.
I do think one interesting thing about this villain versus America's team thing for the Chiefs is, does it help their case for being America's team that they don't have a lovable team they're facing in the Super Bowl? Like, when you look at the 49ers, are they this team that America really wrapped their arms around? It seems like half of America thinks that Brock Purdy should be bagging groceries somewhere, not playing quarterback. And I don't know if you look at their players. I think people like Christian McCaffrey, maybe they like Kittle, but they're not necessarily. I think a lot of people wanted to see the Lions last week, right, or 2 weeks ago. So I wonder if that will actually help them in terms of not feeling so much like the villain in this game.
We'll get into the 49ers side of this next because I've got a thought on that, and I think it's the total opposite. But we'll get into all that because it's Super Bowl week, guys. We're here, Mandalay Bay Convention Center, Super Bowl 58. We're here all week long. We've got a lot of fun stuff planned, not just for the show, for our social media. Might have a really unique experience later today. We're waiting on an email from someone, so fingers crossed.
Vegas, baby. By the way, I'm a little distracted. I see Fox Sports Radio's Jonas Knox has a cup of coffee. I don't know where he got
Can
it
you go
from.
tackle him?
Yeah.
All right.
There is definitely a coffee shordage.
We'll get through it. Listen,
soldiers.
This is Warrior. Yeah, this is us. We're going to get through it, guys. You are welcome to weigh in on this, as always. 855-212-4CBS, 855-212-4227. We're up on YouTube if you want to see what's going on in the Mandalay Bay Convention Center, youtube.com/CBS Sports Radio, twitch.tv/CBS Sports Radio. We say good morning to our CBS Sports Radio affiliates who we love. We're obsessed with you. The free Odyssey app is easy to download. It's crystal clear. And SiriusXM channel 158. Don't move. More Maggie and Perloff, CBS Sports Radio.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Maggie and Perloff, live from Radio Row in Las Vegas. Maggie, we are spoiled as sports fans. We are so spoiled. Patrick Mahomes, last week against the Ravens, the best defense in the NFL, in the first quarter, escapes 3 tackles, flips the ball out of nowhere. Travis Kelce catches it. This is all-time stuff. And now people don't appreciate it. They get used to Patrick Mahomes, which is amazing to me. And they've somehow evolved into this villain. I don't get it.
Wait, are you new around here? We always do this with the best of the best. But I'd like to say and like to think we reserve this for the best of the best too, right? It's only for the Michael Jordans and LeBron's and Steph Curry's. And I don't know why I'm only naming basketball people right now, but they're the first ones that come to mind. And Tom, obviously. But this is what we do. We watch. They amaze us with something, with their play and their skill, and then they do it again, and then they do it again, and now they've put themselves into this stratosphere that we're now the baseline is excellence. Yeah. And then where can they go from there?
And then we'll appreciate them in their last year or two. We'll really start to appreciate them and look at crazy high TV ratings.
Sure.
I totally understand what you're saying, but I do think it can't be lost that I don't want to forget how good Patrick Mahomes is and forget to appreciate him. And
I
hope
we
people
are.
do that.
We're putting him in the GOAT conversation already.
Yeah.
I think that's the ultimate sign of appreciation when, he's trailing Tom Brady right now by 5 full Super Bowls. And we're like, I could see it.
Yeah, good point.
It's a lot of praise. We're asking you today, poll question out there, are the Chiefs closer to America's team? Or are they closer to the villains of the NFL? Let's go to Kevin. He's in San Antonio. Good morning, Kevin. How are you?
Hey, good morning. Good morning, people. I just finished working out and stuff, about to eat breakfast. I heard this question about the villain or
America's team. Yeah.
And I think the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't hate them. I don't hate both teams, but Kansas City has they're a role model. They doing good. Patrick Mahomes is good. He's the next thing, the best thing in this generation to Tom Brady.
Yep.
And he's the next thing to Tom Brady and also Joe Montana, because Joe Montana, I'm old school. Now Joe Montana, man, he 4 quarters is his place. And he always win. And if the team gonna be beaten by 20 points, Joe Montana the rights. That's it.
I know. And Kevin, it's interesting because, and thank you so much for the phone call. This is where we have not talked a lot about the 49ers aspect of the America's team versus the villain. This is where I thought the Brock Purdy, as amazing as his story is, as easy as a guy he is to root for. Mm-hmm. The Joe Montana comparisons that he was getting, I thought that was doing him a disservice. Yes, he had the comebacks both against Green Bay and against the Lions, but we put Patrick Mahomes in an upper echelon. Okay, that makes sense. You start saying Brock Purdy is like Joe Montana, you are setting this guy up for a potential big fall. We've got to see what he can do in a Super Bowl before we even get close to comparing him to any one of the ilk of Joe Montana.
Yeah, I think that Purdy does not get that underdog treatment because I think the national perception of fans, not the media necessarily, is that he has a cheat code, that he is getting elevated by the weapons around him, and I think people have a problem with that. I personally don't.
Well, him
see it
getting
that
an
way.
MVP nod when he's got so many weapons, I think, is what bothered some people like me.
But generally, though, I don't think it's just the MVP thing. I think generally people think, oh, he's lucky to be there, and he shouldn't be there. So it doesn't have the full Kurt Warner underdog effect. I don't see a Brock Purdy movie in the offing. He
Really?
I don't think people. First of all, he was a big star in college, so it's
That's
totally different. No, I mean, what would the Brock Purdy movie be? Mr. Irrelevant?
I mean, you call the movie Mr. Irrelevant. We got the title already baked in. I don't even know if
he was a
Heisman favorite as a junior. I mean, it's not like there's going to be this great backstory where he came out of nowhere.
Listen, Tom Brady went to Michigan. We act like he was
couldn't even
from
start, though.
Southwest East Montana State.
He lost his starting job in college and became the greatest quarterback in the history of the NFL. That's something.
Okay, but so did Jalen Hurts. I mean, this happens sometimes.
I know.
We see this.
Well, okay. First of all, Jalen Hurts hasn't quite done what Tom Brady did.
I'm just saying.
And Tom Brady went in the 6th round, but at least he lost his job. Brock Purdy never even lost his job. He needs way more adversity. I mean, I think,
What more can we put in Brock Purdy's path to make the story a little better?
Mr. Irrelevant is a good title for a movie. I will give you that. That could be like.
Is that like an anti-Marvel movie? It's like Mr. That's like the anti-superhero, Mr. Irrelevant.
It feels like a movie about a sad sack who can't get a date, Mr. Irrelevant. But
Average Joe.
Brock Purdy movie, what's the plot going to be?
Well, we'll see what happens in the game.
You know what?
Sports movies don't have to be that complicated to be good.
The big arc is he got a new offensive coordinator as a senior, and his numbers went down, and he fell in the draft. Oh my God, that's so exciting!
Listen, we made Moneyball into a movie, not us. Didn't it win an Oscar? It was about analytics. Let's go to the phones again. Brett is in Arizona. Good morning, Brett.
Good morning, everybody back there in New York.
That's Carlos
How you doing?
Manning.
Yeah.
And we got Bobby and JT here with us in Vegas.
Oh, that's right. You're in Vegas. I forgot all about that. So you're right by me. I'm 100 miles away. Anyway, I'm just going to let you guys know that anytime you start throwing around that America's team tag, you automatically make that team the villain because there are 31 other teams out there, and all those fans are angry about that. One of the reasons that I hate the Cowboys so much because I hate that phrase, America's team.
All right.
They're not my team, and I live in America. That's all I got to say.
They don't represent you, Brett. I love it. Thank you so much for the phone call. It's a great point. You label somebody America's team, instantly you're going to get some backlash, just like the Cowboys do.
I totally get that. And listen, as an Eagles fan, obviously I hated the Cowboys my whole life. Did you, as a Bills fan, did you have that animosity around?
Yes.
For the Cowboys, though.
Yes, they lost two Super Bowls to the Cowboys.
They lost Super Bowls to everybody. They were an equal opportunity loser.
Yes, thank you very much.
I would think the Patriots would cause more of a problem than the divisional thing for the Bills.
Yes, the Patriots has caused more, like repeated, I'm not trying to use this word flippantly, trauma, whereas the Super Bowls were really just like a couple gut punches, kicks to the face. Those were only just games. The Patriots shadowed over Bills, Jets, Dolphins fans' lives for, most of my childhood into my adulthood.
Right. I saw an interview with Mahomes yesterday. Jeff Darlington of ESPN said, he said basically a lot of people don't like the Chiefs now because they're blocking other teams from the Super Bowl. That's sort of one of their villainous acts is they're not giving other people a chance.
Oh, like we like parody.
Yeah, he called him a blocker. In so many words. Did
he put another word in front of that?
No, he basically said that. Yeah, I think he used the word you're blocking other people from success, and now people are starting to resent that. So that could be a thing, too. Like, I mean, as a Bills fan, maybe you don't like the Chiefs because they're not letting Josh Allen go to the Super Bowl.
No, I respect this the most out of them. I mean, they find a way to beat, and they find a way to beat the Bills. Listen, the Bengals got them once. They find ways to beat the Ravens. That's the part that I respect. That's not the part I resent. You go through the AFC like that, you've got nothing but my respect.
Yeah, but I think a lot of fans, as that caller just said, resent the America's team, resent the team. That's a reality.
It's there. You can vote. On Twitter at Maggie and Pearl. Chiefs, America's team or villain of the NFL?
I just think it's such a stretch. I think people are making up reasons to dislike this Chiefs team, especially Patrick Mahomes.
No,
I don't understand.
This is a visceral thing. This is something you don't overthink. It's just, how do you feel about this team? And I think some people, it's, I love them, and others, it's like, ugh.
I just think anything Patrick Mahomes can do no wrong to me. I'm sorry. I'm one of those Patrick Mahomes fans. And as you know, any athlete who's ever shaken my hand and said, nice to meet you, I'm fans for life. But Patrick
Perloff
Mahomes
can be purchased.
What is the downside? I mean, it literally, you really have to forget Kelsey and Taylor Swift. Say what you want. Maybe he's a little obnoxious, a little cocky, but there's so many more dislikable players in the NFL. It's crazy.
Oh, of course. Well, I'm actually surprised that we've gone this far into the show, and Perloff has not name-dropped all the celebrities that he saw when he was sitting courtside at the Knicks-Lakers game on Saturday night. But luckily, Andrew Bogish is here to save us from that for a couple more minutes. Good morning, Bogish.
Guys, good morning. All the headlines are sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility and great pay and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. Jerry Jones can't win playoff games, and he can't win the right to host the 2026 Men's World Cup Finale. Jerry's World and SoFi in L.A. losing out to glorious MetLife Stadium in New Jersey for reasons completely unknown. Maybe FIFA is a Sopranos fan and wanted to honor the 20th anniversary of the show by putting the world's biggest game in Tony's backyard, even though that backyard is a drab, swamp-filled area and a terrible, terrible stadium.
Wait, but Bogish, if we know anything about FIFA, this was obviously whoever made this decision just had the biggest duffel bag full of cash, right?
Yeah, there's a waste management money drop off for those in FIFA.
Yeah, you want to be careful who you take money from. But if anyone knows that, it'd be FIFA.
And again, all the stadiums had weird problems here with like logistics and surface and size of. They had them all rearrange seats and stuff to fit in the actual size of the soccer pitch. But I don't understand how you still settle on that terrible, terrible location.
Okay, I understand. It's a bad stadium and it's in New Jersey, but it's still, New York is basically the capital of America. We're talking, it's not like it's taking over the Portland Timbers Stadium.
No, but you know how many ACLs have been ripped up on that turf? I mean,
they're bringing in grass.
Yeah, they'll have to bring in grass. Can't they just leave it there so the other teams can play on it?
This is a huge topic. They won't do it because they want Taylor Swift concerts. They won't leave the grass because a lot of people have been saying that.
They use it as a music venue.
But I can't believe, I understand this, but we're really surprised that New York got the final.
LA's been getting everything, though.
Yeah.
They got the new Super Bowl, and then they got also the Olympics coming. It felt like everything was going towards SoFi
Yeah.
Stadium, and that stadium is so gorgeous, so new.
Yeah.
It's crazy that big toaster oven somehow is going to be hosting the final. And I think it's terrible for the people who, like us, who are in the area, because if you want to see multiple games now, you only got one, and it's the hottest ticket.
So you're saying it's going to be hard to get a ticket?
Yeah, good luck. Like,
I mean, I'll probably be front row, but whatever.
Does Dr. Rock have
money bags Perloff?
Is he also treating half of the French team? Or what?
I live in Brooklyn. I have a lot of neighbors who are deeply connected into soccer. I honestly, I get invited to soccer stuff all the time, and I'm like, they're like, hey, do you want to come watch this America team from like the suite? I'm like, nah, I'm good.
Bogues, what else we got?
Well, one last thing. It's New York, I get it, but it's also nearly impossible to get in and out of there. I mean, I don't go to Giants games because I don't want to spend 36 hours commuting back and forth from Long Island to the stadium. So that day will be hellacious times 10, getting people from Manhattan and wherever else into that place. It's going to be a disaster. At least Dallas, you can get there on the easier side.
SoFi's a disaster.
Yes.
It's SoFi, you can't get back and forth. You have to Uber.
We're talking traffic now. We're talking, you're speaking
But that's ridiculous.
Here we go. Let's talk traffic and weather.
Bogus, that's a ridiculous reason not to put the World Cup final because the traffic is bad.
Logistics should be high on the list.
Traffic's murder.
But
you got to leave on Thursday for a Sunday World Cup finale.
It's going to be the same logistics as a Jets-Bills game. There are only 80,000 people in the stadium. How is it worse?
Can we just say, I don't think there's any more logistical nightmare than hosting it in Qatar.
Well,
I'm sorry, Qatar.
Bad.
Yeah, I don't know what the traffic's like in Qatar, but getting to the Middle East, I think, was probably tougher.
That was probably Qatar's number one argument is we have a great highway here.
7 lanes.
Yeah. You can obviously get gas is cheap. So it's a
lot
easier.
Giving the gas away. Don't ask about anything else, though. That will get you thrown in prison for the rest of your life.
Exactly.
Now to our football. New Commanders head coach Dan Quinn has his coordinators, apparently. Joe Witt Jr. following him from Dallas to run the D, and Kliff Kingsbury will be in charge of the offense. Kingsbury was almost the Raiders OC, but those talks broke down Saturday. Steve Belichick is reportedly becoming the Washington Huskies DC, reuniting with Jed Fish, who was a Patriots assistant back in 2020. And back in Foxborough, the Patriots, that is, reportedly want to hire Ben McAdoo as assistant head coach to Gerard Mayo. McAdoo would also help OC Alex Van Pelt.
Wow.
As an OC, McAdoo wasn't bad.
Yeah.
That's why he got the head coaching job and then ultimately failed spectacularly at it. But my bigger thing is about Steve Belichick. Is there any chance that this guy's going to be a good coach?
Probably low. Honestly.
I'm just saying he's the son of a coach. So Kyle Shanahan. So is Kyle Shanahan. Brian Callahan just got hired for the Tennessee Titans. Is it possible? Maybe he's good. I don't know.
I do feel like we just assumed he was terrible because he's making those weird faces on the sideline.
He's got that idiot haircut.
And the haircut. Yeah, the haircut didn't help him either.
I think it's mainly the haircut.
For me, it was the face. The faces, I was like, gosh, what are you trying to be, Gruden? What are you doing?
You know how the NFL is all about patronage and being a son. Like the fact that he's never been anything high before, like anybody else with a Schottenheimer or Shanahan last name is a head coach by 29 or something. I mean, basically, you could see by his career trajectory he's not that good. Because if his last name is Belichick and he can't be a defensive coordinator in an NFL team except for the Patriots by now, something's wrong, right? I mean, it's obvious.
I don't know. I think I just saw Don Shula's grandson just got hired.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think the last name helps you.
McVay. How do you think Sean McVay became the youngest coach ever?
Yeah, his grandfather was in the
I'm
league
just
for a
saying
long
his
time.
last name was McVay.
Yeah.
And my favorite is Zach Taylor married into it because he's Mike Sherman's son-in-law.
I know.
You gotta basically marry in or be a kid, or you have no chance in the NFL.
The best Marion story in the NFL is Stan Kroenke.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta marry a Walmart heiress. That's on the bucket list.
Joel Embiid needs left knee surgery. A timetable for his return will be set after the procedure, but this is not short term. The Sixers 4-10 without him so far this season.
Wait, Andrew. You're going to, at least, now that we're not in the same room, you're going to be accurate. What do you mean Joel Embiid needs surgery? I heard he needs a procedure.
The Grammys anger Pearl, and they kicked the Clippers at Old Staples for almost 2 weeks, but Ty Lue's team just keeps chugging.
Just having that mindset and that we're going to try to win every game. And I give the guys credit. They've been doing that. And we have a lot of talent, and we have a lot of A lot of guys willing to sacrifice to do whatever it takes to win.
The head coach speaking after yesterday's 103-95 win in Miami. Kawhi Leonard, 25 points and 11 boards. The Clippers now 5-1 on this 11-day trip, which ends tonight in Atlanta. They've also won 25 of their last 30 games. The Bucks are 1-3 under Doc Rivers, blowing a 19-point lead in Utah last night, losing 123-108. And the Nuggets rallied for a 112-103 home win over the Blazers. Nikola Jokic, 29 points, 8 boards, 7 assists. And Wyndham Clark gets a rain-shortened win at Pebble Beach. The PGA initially going to play the final round today after heavy rain and wind yesterday, but that rain ain't stopping, so they won't even bother. Clark had a one-shot lead after Saturday's third round. Guys, back to you.
Bogusch, thank you so much. We've got so much more to do, including checking in on the 49ers, the latest, the Brock Purdy side of this whole Super Bowl. We get into that next. Don't move. Maggie and Perloff from the Mandalay Bay Convention Center in Las Vegas. We got more in just moments.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. "45 seconds remaining. "30 seconds remaining. "15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Luck be a lady tonight.
Welcome back. Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff from the Mandalay Bay Convention Center in Las Vegas, host of Super Bowl 58. I feel like we're kind of far from Sinatra's Vegas these days. I wasn't around for the Rat Pack, but with a couple of people I saw walking in at 2:30 this morning, they didn't have a real Sinatra kind of vibe. Maybe a different kind of vibe.
Dean Martin kind of.
No one in a suit.
I mean,
were
listen,
they wearing clothes at all?
I hear you, but it does feel like the ghost of Frank Sinatra and the ghost of Elvis Presley still have a presence here in Vegas. There's a lot of Carrot Top walking around too. He's at our hotel.
Yeah, Carrot Top Blue Man Group, which we think our boss actually might be trying out for later. So it'd be quite a career twist for him. Spoiler alert: we did bring our Elvis costumes.
Oh, jeez,
we'll have to get into that later.
I'm not doing it. I'm out.
What do you mean you're out? You can't be out.
There's a problem. It is way too revealing down below.
That's a you problem. We're in Vegas.
I know we're in Vegas. I mean, I don't know how I'm going to do this. I'm going to have some sort of like spatting, what they do with shoes, where they wrap them around. Like, I tell you, there's
like
nothing.
Tom Brady's cleats? Oh, my God.
Yes. I mean, I don't know what to do. I can't wear this thing in public.
Okay, I just saw a woman walk into the casino wearing these pants that were just jewels on the pants, and that's it. No other real material. This kind of thing just goes around here, man.
Are you ready to have people come up to you and say, wow, I didn't know Elvis was circumcised? Because that's the level of detail we're talking about here.
Holy moly.
This costume is screwed up, Maggie.
Why did you get such a small size?
Well, no, the whole thing fits, except, well,
look at
I
you.
got a large.
Dirt
I got
on
a
your
large.
The shoulders, the waist is fine. I'm massive.
No, for some reason the top half is kind of loose, and the bottom half it only comes up to about like right above my ankles. The whole thing is messed up.
Are you gonna get recruited to like go to be in some variety show or something like Dirk Diggler?
No, I'm not saying. What I said, the costume is a large. That's all I'm saying.
Got
is
it.
large. Okay.
Sure.
Mine
fits great.
Did you try it on?
I did.
It's also ridiculous. It's the cheapest Elvis costume of all time. There are like real Elvis impersonators walking the streets here. You have to bring your Elvis game in Vegas. You can't just be some knockoff Elvis.
Okay, Perloff, when you and I both agreed to buy costumes that cost $35.99, I think we knew what we were getting into.
I know. There was an $80 one on Amazon. I'm like, I don't know.
Too rich.
The picture looks the same.
I know. Well, we're going to have some fun stuff planned for our Elvis costumes. Hopefully a fun experience we're going to have later today that we'll be able to tell you about some very quintessentially Vegas stuff. I mentioned San Francisco. A little disagreement here on the show. You guys think, and EJ and Perloff, you guys both seem to be of the opinion that Kansas City really is the headliner here and that the 49ers are sort of the other team in this Super Bowl. I'm going to disagree. I mean, you have Mahomes, you've got Kelsey, you've got Taylor Swift. We realize the star power, but I think you're underestimating the Brock Purdy aspect of this and the 49ers knocking on the door, losing in some ways in I don't want to say spectacular fashion. We've seen worse, but Kyle Shanahan going back to the Falcons days, blowing 28-3. They blew a lead to the Chiefs in Super Bowl 54. There's a lot here with the 49ers I think you guys are underestimating.
Yeah, I don't think that they blew a lead in 54 and they lost to the Rams. They really should have won that game.
And the NFC Championship
But they
game.
feel different than the Chiefs. Like, I don't think anyone expected them that year that they lost to the Rams in the NFC title game. I don't think anyone expected them to be there. They weren't even close last year because Brock Purdy got hurt in the NFC title game. Yes, they're technically knocking on the door, but I disagree with you on the Brock Purdy effect because he's not really – he is the star of the team and he isn't the star of the team simultaneously.
Yeah.
You can't help – there's not a focal point because there's Christian McCaffrey and there's Kittle and there's Debo. There's so many different stars. I don't see people rallying around Brock Purdy.
I think the other thing, too, about the Niners that's different is outside of Kyle Shanahan, is there anybody on that team that needs a Super Bowl for their legacy?
Oh, Brock.
He's
Brock's in his second
23,
year.
24 years old. He's
No.
a young quarterback.
Okay, but he wins the Super Bowl. People like me who have said, listen, he's not the real MVP. That's McCaffrey. All of the I get accused of being a Brock hater. I mean, if he wins, not only does his story take on a totally different trajectory, I personally will have to wear the Brock Purdy for MVP T-shirt that Eric in Portland sent us for a month.
Ooh.
This is a lot for me.
That's a you problem.
We still haven't figured out, do I get to wash this T-shirt? Does it have to be directly against my skin at all times? Can I wear something under it?
Yeah, it's a nice looking T-shirt, but a month is a long time. But this is probably the first of 4 Super Bowls for Brock Purdy. I mean,
People say that. We're going to talk to Dan Marino later this week. We're scheduled to appear. I mean, talk to Dan about it.
I mean, Shanahan's now 8-3 in the playoffs. I do not see a scenario where Brock Purdy does not have a bunch of bites of the apple of this.
And it just feels like if you are the team that is facing the quote-unquote would-be dynasty, you need somebody who's either going to be this lovable underdog, which for some reason Brock isn't, because, again, half of America thinks he should not be in the NFL, or you need to say, okay, we want to see this guy finally get the ring.
Right.
This is going to take them to that next level. He's been waiting for so long. And, again, maybe Kyle Shanahan fits that mold, but I just feel like everyone knows Trent Williams is going to Hall of Fame. Everybody knows, Christian McCaffrey's going to Hall of Fame. Like, those guys, they don't, like, a Super Bowl does nothing for their legacy other than they can say they're a Super Bowl champion. I think that hurts them a little bit in terms of being a side story.
I also think the Niners are bullies. They are easily, of these two teams, they are the bully team. Debo is the biggest offensive bully in the entire NFL. And the defense, when it was at its peak a couple years ago, they were closer to the Ravens. They were ferocious. You can't embrace the bully. I mean, what are they? The Chiefs are the cute little Chiefs.
I don't know. I think people did embrace, the Ravens defense is just respecting them. I think the Giants defense with Lawrence Taylor, I think all these all-time defenses, I think people do, they have to respect them because they watch, how ferociously they play.
They respect them, but they don't root for them. I think people root for offense when it's not your team. I don't think anyone rooted for the Ravens. The Ravens were not a popular team outside of Baltimore, were they? I mean, I don't know, like that Ray Lewis team, because they never, ever scored.
Well, they were infamous. Well, Ray was for a lot of reasons. Back to the phones, 855-212-4CBS. Let's hit Connor, who's in California. We're asking, are the Chiefs closer to America's team? Or are they closer to being the villains of the NFL? Good morning, Connor. How are you?
Hey, how are you? Did you guys get your coffee yet?
No.
No. We've got these cans of cold coffee. It's okay.
It's still coffee, though.
Yeah, that's true. We probably shouldn't complain. What's on your mind, pal?
So, you know what? You seem like a big Brock Purdy person. You seem like a person who likes Brock Purdy. It's funny that you say that. People are saying you don't like Brock Purdy. But I had a question for you. What are your thoughts on, my fellow fan bases? I absolved myself. I think he's a great quarterback. What are your thoughts on the criticism on him?
On Brock?
Yeah.
Yeah. Connor, thank you for the call. Great question. I think you're
Brock's a baller.
You are anti anyone who has a negative thing to say about Brock.
He leads the league in yards per attempt. I think people are calling him a game manager. Like, it doesn't make the coverage of Brock, and I think it's mostly draft bias, because when a guy gets drafted somewhere, everyone doesn't believe that he's really a different player than his draft spot. I think that's the key thing that's pushing the anti-Brock narrative. Look at the stats. The guy's got huge numbers, and I understand he has great receivers. I totally understand that. He's actually been a little bit disappointing in this playoffs, because he was better, except for the Ravens game, he was better for the last 5 games of the season. He was awesome. And I think that's why they're favored, because I think people think he could get back to that. If he plays his A game, watch out.
Yeah, listen, Brock Purdy's a great story. He's a really good quarterback. I just thought putting him in the MVP conversation, that sounded a little ludicrous to me. You do have to take into account the weapons. You do have to take into account, You're really going to tell me that he's doing the same stuff out there as Lamar Jackson? I know it didn't end well for the Ravens, but we're all football fans. We're watching. How much is the quarterback responsible for in Baltimore and how much in San Francisco? But you got to hand it to him. 2 big comebacks in the playoffs, and here they are. Okay, lots more to do on Super Bowl. Maggie and Perloff live from the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. Don't move. We've got more next.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
He thinks Frisbee golf is the sport of the future. She's sticking with football. They are Maggie and Perloff on CBS Sports Radio.
Vegas is meeting the moment. Hey, welcome to the show, Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. We are at the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. Super Bowl 58 is right on the horizon, Perloff.
Vegas is meeting the moment in the sense that I got off the elevator today and 3 drunk people stumbled onto it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Every cliche you could possibly hope for, it is happening here.
Yeah, and it's only Monday. Man, this place is going to be crazy by Friday. I think this place is always crazy.
Yeah.
Add in a Super Bowl. It's going to be wild. EJ and I are going. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. You know, we're going to come straight from the strip joint.
Have fun,
Olympic
guys.
Gardens too is very famous here.
Say hi to Floyd Mayweather for me.
Wait, you're invited, Maggie. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Oh, thank you. I can't wait.
You've probably been to a strip joint more recently than me.
No.
Remember, there was a big trend of women going to strip joints. I mean, it's boring to radio. I can be honest.
I've been to 2 in my whole life.
Yeah.
1 in New York City, 1 in Chicago. And I was like, all right, let's go.
Yeah.
After 15 minutes, you kind of get the gist.
Yeah.
Anyway, welcome to the show. We're in Vegas and talking about the Chiefs. The big question we have for the Kansas City Chiefs, and we're going to talk about it all morning, which is, are they America's team or are they the villains now of the NFL? And you're welcome to go vote at our poll, Maggie and Pearl on Twitter. Perloff thinks they are America's team. This is the likable team, especially Patrick Mahomes.
Okay. I mean, to be honest, I can't go America's team, but they're definitely not a villain. America's team is the Cowboys and always will be, but they are likable, and we should not hold their popularity against them. I don't get it because Mahomes is the most creative force in the NFL. He is the most entertaining player. So I want to see, if my team's not going to be there, he's the guy I want to see.
Right. You're rooting for the dynasty. You're rooting for the greatness.
Yeah,
You're rooting for the guy who might one day actually catch Tom Brady.
Yeah, and not only that, just because he's much more exciting than Tom Brady ever was. Tom Brady was efficient, where Patrick Mahomes is creative and brilliant and does everything right, and he seems like a good guy. He's a family guy. His wife annoys a lot of people, and his brother's a mess. But I just think he's kind of like the perfect face for the NFL, which I think is what's driving people crazy.
Well, it's the winning that drives people crazy. I mean, you can have a love and respect for Mahomes and think, man, I would love to see how is somebody going to beat this guy. It's like we talk about, how is Travis Kelce still open? How is Mahomes always making these amazing plays? Who is going to be the team outside of the Bengals and the Patriots? You know, he has been beaten before, but who is going to be the team that really stands in front of the train tracks, gets in his way, and keeps him from this 3rd Super Bowl? It's funny, Purdy actually, if Purdy can win this Super Bowl, he's got a long way to go, but that's more shades of Brady than Mahomes. I mean, Mahomes is this all-time athlete who's out there doing these incredible things. Purdy winning in his 2nd year, that would be a little closer to and remind us a little bit more of Tom.
Yeah, but that seems hard to compare Brock Purdy to Tom Brady.
I'm not trying to. I'm just saying they're stories.
It'd actually be very similar to Tom Brady, who kind of got carried by his team to some extent, much less so than Brock, more so than Brock Purdy.
And Tom Brady didn't win MVPs until he was really into his career. Not until after 3 Super Bowls did he win a league MVP.
Yeah, no, and his numbers shot up way in the second half of his career, were way better than the first half of his career. So you're right, that is a closer thing. But it's about Mahomes. It's not just the winning, though. I think his Kermit the Frog voice is annoying people now. Like,
come on.
People are getting
that's people being haters.
People are diving into Patrick Mahomes, and I think that's going to be a theme this week. I think it's the overexposure. I just don't understand. There's something about Patrick Mahomes that is irritating people beyond just being the dynasty.
My girlfriend, for the first time this week, heard Patrick Mahomes talk, and the first thing she said was, Wow, he talks like that?
Listen, here's the thing. This is where I think the Chiefs are closer to the villain of the NFL than America's team, but I got to stand up for Mahomes on this one. You need a unique voice to be heard in a stadium of 70,000 people who are screaming their faces off. Don't you?
Well,
you
yeah,
go
but
to
why
the
does
silent count, but like having a voice like that.
But you don't have to
is
talk like
helpful.
that off the field.
Well, he can't help it. It's just the way he talks.
No, I know, and I
But it
love
could
it.
help him.
Yeah, I like it too.
Well, I mean, you can have your voice on the field like Dak Prescott. Yeah, here we go. He has a weird voice, but then he talks off the field. He sounds completely normal.
Well, think about it. Dak has trouble winning on the road. So maybe his voice, Mahomes, is good away from Arrowhead. Dak is not good away
that's
from the
this
Cowboys
year,
Stadium.
by the way. That's a new phenomenon. He used to be just as good on the road as he was at home. Whatever. My point is, there are little things that people are picking on Patrick Mahomes. It seems strange to me. And I think his family and the Taylor Swift box and all that's annoying people.
Okay.
And that quarterback show on Netflix. I think it's overexposure.
The quarterback show on Netflix, I thought, really didn't do. It was interesting and enlightening to see his pregame routines and him and with his family. It didn't really get very below the surface, though. You didn't get him bearing his soul, stuff like that. It was still pretty vanilla. But this is the thing, and we're talking about whether the Chiefs are closer to America's team or close to the NFL's villains. It's like you're getting all this attention because of the winning. 6 straight AFC championship games, the Super Bowl appearances, the Super Bowl wins. And it feels like the powers that be around them are just still leaning in so hard to this. Like, they're celebrating every touchdown like this is the first touchdown they've ever scored in the NFL. Like the box is going crazy. And listen, if I was in that box, I'd be going crazy too, because this is fun and exciting and it's a football game. And if you can't get excited about this, you don't have a pulse. But it feels like they are I don't want to say rubbing it in, but they're just so celebrating. Like Taylor Swift and Britney are jumping up and down and screaming. And it's like, ladies, like,
They're
it's
not
okay.
acting like
Act like you've been there before.
Act
a
like
little.
you've been there before.
But Taylor Swift hasn't, so she's experiencing this, I guess, for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking of what different boxes look back. The famous ones are always, everyone watches Jerry after a touchdown. It's just like sort of the awkward high five with the grandson or something.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I find the box annoying. I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, you're right. You actually pointed out to me, I never realized why I found it annoying. They act like they've never been there before. And we've all been there with Kansas City. And it's like, Taylor, where you been the last 4 years?
Well, and this is why I was critical of Jason Kelce when he was acting a fool at the Bills game.
Oh,
I'm like,
get outta
dude,
here.
you don't need more attention. Do we really need the shirt off,
Yes.
you chugging beer,
Love it.
jumping out of a window? The
Wait.
camera's going to find you, man.
Oh, come on. That's just because they beat the Bills. That is ridiculous.
I didn't like that Kelce was tailgating with Bills fans either.
There is not. Okay, now that's a guy who has 100% approval rating. How can you say anything negative about Jason Kelce? You tell you, fat man takes his shirt off at a football game? What is wrong with it? That's like Christmas in September. That's the best thing possible.
No. Fat man gets drunk at Bills game. That's just the Bills Mafia. This is just what we do.
So why do you have a problem with Jason Kelce?
Because you can't tailgate with Bills fans when you're going to sit in that obnoxious Chiefs box. And that's who you're rooting for.
Get
You're
outta
drinking
here.
the Bills. We can
Jason
relitigate
Kelce
that.
is America's guy. He goes
America's drunk brother.
transcends any team affiliation. And he had 40 beers. I mean, come on, this is completely respectable lineman behavior.
Give or take.
He's a center. That's what you're supposed to do, Maggie.
All right. So you are welcome to vote on the poll, of course. Chiefs, are they closer to the villains? Are they closer to NFL's America's team? No disrespect to the Cowboys. Another interesting news item that came out yesterday was, and it's funny because we're here in Vegas right now, is Kliff Kingsbury, the former Arizona head coach, the former college head coach, of course, at Texas Tech. He had been working with the USC staff and with Caleb Williams this past year after he got fired from the Cardinals. It looked like all signs were pointing to him taking the offensive coordinator job here in Vegas. 11th hour, pulls out of that negotiation, and now is going to be the offensive coordinator for the Washington Commanders under Dan Quinn.
Yeah, and then Vegas went and hired Luke Getsy, former Bears offense coordinator and Packers assistant. I get it. There's just a much more upside to me in Washington. I feel like he's going to get a young quarterback in there, and if Kliff wants, believe it or not, another head coaching job, this is a much better path because where is Vegas going? Let's be honest. Who's their quarterback? That ownership group has a lot to prove here. I think he looked at the two situations and said, hey, we don't know where Washington's going, but I could see this being a success, where the Raiders is much tougher.
Okay, so I'm going to go with the B topic first, then the A topic.
Yeah.
The B topic to me is, why didn't Bieniemy get this job? Why didn't they just retain Eric Bieniemy rather than going for Kliff Kingsbury? So that's a B topic. The A topic is now I don't want to say conspiracy theories, but man, do these catch like wildfire with the NFL. Now, this is all coming from fans. This is no reporters no one's vetted this. Nobody is talking about this. None of the insiders are talking about this. But there is a connection people are making to the Commanders having the second overall pick and Caleb Williams sitting there.
Yeah.
Is it possible that the Bears would trade out of that pick so that the Commanders could go up and get the first overall pick, and Kliff Kingsbury would be coaching Caleb Williams when they were both just at USC together?
Right, and Kliff is a Lincoln Riley sort of guy. I think they're both air raid, famously Texas Tech guys.
Sure.
So that would make a lot of the connections there. But
Caleb Williams is from D.C.
Yeah.
So.
Right, and I think that is very interesting. I think Kliff would also fit with Jaden Daniels. But I don't understand, like, that means that Chicago's not taking Caleb Williams. I can't wrap my head around that. Are you there where you could see them sticking with Justin Fields and trading that pick away?
Absolutely not. I've been staunch on this from day one, even when Justin Fields was having a good end of the season after he came back from, the thumb injury or whatever it was. There is no chance on this earth that the Chicago Bears can pass twice on the number 1 overall pick when you don't have a surefire quarterback who's your franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
Fields has not proven that yet.
Well, thank God they passed on last year's number 1 pick, but yeah.
Right. I mean, who knows if they would have taken Bryce Young, though? What if they'd taken C.J. Stroud?
They weren't going to. No, I don't think C.J. Stroud was going 1 last year. There was so much negative stuff around him.
Yeah, but he was always known as the most quarterback ready. And right now we're talking about Kliff Kingsbury not taking the Las Vegas Raiders offensive coordinator job, instead going to the Commanders at the 11th hour, and people are drawing connections to him and Caleb Williams.
When you think about it, though, they connect Jaden Daniels. So who's the ultimate Kliff Kingsbury quarterback? It'd be Patrick Mahomes, right? Texas Tech. And Caleb Williams is as close as we've seen to Patrick Mahomes.
Yes,
but
Caleb Williams literally said, there's nothing Patrick Mahomes can do on the field that I can't do, which was quite something. That was really putting yourself out there.
Jaden Daniels does some crazy stuff, too. I actually am a Kliff Kingsbury play caller fan. I thought he did a nice job with Kyler Murray, making that offense something in its peak years. Now, it did seem like he had the head coach stuff. I'm excited for this hire. Now, I don't get Bieniemy at all, and I'm actually upset that the Philadelphia Eagles hired Kellen Moore if Bieniemy's going to be floating around.
Yeah.
He made Sam Howell a 4,000-yard passer. What are we doing here, people?
Sam Howell was not bad until the wheels fell off at the end and threw a lot of picks.
But I could see Bieniemy being a problem for a head coach because you don't want too much sizzle on your stat. Like, you don't want your offensive coordinator to be so much better than you, right?
You think that's it?
I do think that's it. I think people are protective of their jobs, and you don't really want somebody.
But he might be out of a job this year.
Right. Well, Dan Quinn kept him, and say Dan Quinn struggled. People will be like, oh, let's just promote Bieniemy. I mean, Bieniemy's a big name. He's had a lot of success in the NFL as an offensive coordinator. So Kliff is not.
Yeah.
Maybe that's it. Like, you don't want your vice presidential candidate to be too good.
Well, but here's the thing. If you're saying Kliff Kingsbury had success with Patrick Mahomes, you know who else did? Eric Bieniemy, when he was the offensive coordinator for the Chiefs. So if you're having Mahomes light, or whatever we're going to call Caleb Williams, having Bieniemy there. Now, again, this is total speculation. I do not think that the Bears are trading out of that pick. And in fact, if you're a Bears fan, I think you are beside yourself and sick to your stomach if they do trade that pick. I know there's a lot of love for Justin Fields, but how do you not take the lottery ticket and think, man, this could cash?
Yeah. No, I totally hear what you're saying.
Is there anyone out there, EJ? Is there anyone out there who still thinks that Fields would be the smarter move and then trade down and get Marvin Harrison Jr. and get the boatload?
I can't see that, but what I'm thinking is maybe they don't love Caleb Williams and they're saying, we'll trade down a spot and just take another quarterback because we will take all those assets we'll get from that trade and we'll be able to support this number 2 pick better than we could Caleb Williams with just the guys we have.
The stones it would take to say we're passing on Caleb Williams for a general manager is going to be, I was going to make a joke about Perloff's Elvis costume, but I don't want to do it because I feel like HR would get involved. But you'd have to really have a set because you're going to pass on him for Drake May or Jaden Daniels?
Well, Caleb might not come here. I mean, that's
another.
He might be causing a lot of problems behind the scenes.
Again, we have no reporting on that.
Yeah. So if you could sign Justin Fields to a 2-year reasonable deal and bring in, you have the 9 pick too, Marvin Harrison, a new left tackle. I mean, you could build you could build a Niners-like team where you could have Brock Purdy sort of a point guard at. And not that Justin Fields is that, but you could build a really great team. And listen, this GM got into Montez Sweat, got killed because he traded a second-round pick for Montez Sweat, and that turned out to be a great deal. So I think if you're a GM and you could build a dynasty here, where if you have Caleb Williams, does Caleb Williams have the support right now? Is there a team? Does he have a good enough receiving core? Does he have a good enough line to be any good here? I mean, I think you can make an argument.
You do have the 9th overall
no.
pick, so it's not like you have no assets. I mean, the trade down to the Panthers is just the gift that keeps on giving for them. But I guess I would say that still wouldn't deter me. And if I'm looking around at the rest of the NFC North, and we're talking about Kliff Kingsbury pulled out of the Vegas Raiders job, is going to the Commanders. Now people are making connections about Caleb Williams going to play in D.C. But if I'm Washington, I'm not letting him go anywhere. I've got Jordan Love now in the division, who's on the rise. I've got the Lions, who just retained their offensive coordinator. They're not going anywhere. I have no idea what the Vikings are going to be, but I think the offense is probably going to be good for them. And do they keep Brian Flores? I mean, the Vikings are not going to be a walkover if their quarterback can stay healthy. So I feel like I need to try to get that next level quarterback.
Okay, I'm going to play fantasy football here.
Yeah.
What if I add Brock Bowers and Marvin Harrison Jr., and you have DJ Moore already? I mean, that's dream team stuff. But you get, if Bowers fell to 9 and Marvin, you trade down and you get Marvin Harrison at 3 or 4. I mean, there is definitely it'd be a fun team to see. Them
Bowers have an injury though this year.
Bowers is he's not lasting
stud.
past. He's not getting to 10. Yeah, I know. For some reason, his injury just disappeared. So I just think that they could do a lot. If I'm a GM, I'd be tempted by this idea. You're going to get so many picks. You're going to remember the Seahawks, what they did with the Russell Wilson trade. You could be, it's like the Herschel Walker trade. Maybe you could get, for Caleb Williams, can you imagine the package? It's going to be huge.
The other part where this conspiracy theory falls a little short is if you actually are trading Caleb Williams, you don't know that on February 5th. Don't you still have to be fielding offers? You wouldn't know already, all right, I got this deal with the Commanders. I know this is going to be my best deal, where Kliff Kingsbury would then make his life choices about it. You still got to work the process here. We didn't get to the combine yet.
Well, Kliff's a former head coach. It's not like they wouldn't have hired him anyway. So who did they even? I know they interviewed Bieniemy for the head coaching job. Was he ever even in the mix for the OC job? I don't think we know that yet. And listen, Luke Getsy went to Vegas. Who would you rather have, Kliff Kingsbury or Luke Getsy, based on what you saw last year in Chicago? Kingsbury.
Yeah, I mean, Getsy, that was not what I thought.
Not great.
Meanwhile, the Aaron Rodgers stamp of approval doesn't really mean what people think it means. Nathaniel Hackett, Getsy's like, these are the best coaches of my life, and then as soon as Rodgers is away from them, they're not as good. Shocker.
Yeah, and the Bears.
Funny how that works.
The Bears got Shane Waldron, who's the hot name because Geno Smith was slinging it all over the place. So I think he's like, who knows with these OCs? We say Caleb Williams, by the way. It's so funny. If he goes Chicago, that could not work. I mean, that's the reality of the situation. Chicago's never had a good quarterback and maybe never will. So that's a little bit of problem history. You put that C on your helmet, all of a sudden you forget how to play football. It just happens.
855-2124-CBS, 855-212-4227. All right, so we got a couple topics there for you. We've got the big poll question for today. The Chiefs, are they closer to America's team? Or are they closer to the villains of the NFL? You can go there and vote. We'll bring you some poll results in just a moment. Also, the Kliff Kingsbury to the Commanders. Are you reading more into that? The Caleb Williams, the coveted, presumed number 1 overall pick, that maybe trying to direct him to the D.C. area. Okay, lots more to do. We're here in Vegas at the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. It is still empty.
My God, it's empty.
We are really just holding it down. This is like our own personal convention center right now.
Isn't it funny? Usually at a Radio Row, you hear a lot of background chatter.
Yeah.
I mean,
got nothing.
There is not a soul except for we're staring at LeVar Arrington and Brady Quinn, and that's about it.
I kind of like it to ourselves. I feel like we can kind of stretch out a little bit. We can be loud. Nobody cares. There's nobody here.
Yeah. No, we own this town right now.
Breaking into place.
That's right. Here we are. We will have some amazing guests coming to you this week. EJ did a phenomenal job. Our guest list looks just choice.
Can I wear sweatpants? I mean, because there's no one here. And we're only on camera from chest
waist up.
Yeah. Or shorts.
You want to wear the Elvis costume?
Yeah, wear the Elvis. Yeah.
Only waist up. Apparently, waist down is not safe for work. 855-212-4CBS, 855-212-4227. We've got just amazing things on the docket, including our Super Bowl bulletin, the one thing you have to know about the Super Bowl, today's news. We get you that in just moments. Maggie and Perloff, CBS Sports Radio.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
Okay, ready? I got a sponsor that Anthony sent me, so. 1 second here. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining.
15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Stream the NFL on Westwood One for free, sponsored by AutoZone. All season long, you can listen to every Westwood One broadcast of the NFL live on the NFL app by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports or on the Odyssey app. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help you find a fix for free. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply. Maggie and Perloff live in Vegas, the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. Radio Row is hopping. There's about 7 people here, but we are hopping. We have cans of coffee, and we're ready to go. The teams are here in Vegas. What are we hearing from the KC camp, Maggie?
All right, so time for your Super Bowl bulletin, and this was the news you need to know about the Super Bowl. This one is about Kadarius Toney, polarizing fellow, that Kadarius Toney, both on the field and off the field. He has not been with the team through their playoff run because he's been on the injury report with various different designations. Toney took to Instagram Live, Perloff, before the AFC Championship game, expletive-filled rant saying that he's not on the injury report, joking, I must be in a body cast if all these things are wrong with me, and used some very explicit language of what the Chiefs and the coaches could go do. Well, you get what I'm talking about. So now Toney is walking all this back. Andy Reid had said, he was legitimately on the injury report. Travis Kelce said, hey, it's all love with Kadarius Toney no matter what. But he's now saying that basically that the messages were altered. His quote was, I don't like how the video makes it seem like I was attacking the ones I love when the clips was altered to make it look like that.
Like AI?
He goes, I would post the full clips where I addressed who I was speaking on, but I'm past that. I just hate the image it painted. And now we get a new defense, the AI deep fake defense. I honestly thought Sean Payton's latte defense, where he roasted Nathaniel Hackett and then blamed it on being too hopped up on caffeine. I thought that was going to be the best excuse we were going to get all season. Hold my beer, Kadarius Toney. It was a deep fake.
Yeah, no,
Allegedly.
here's obviously he wants to play in the Super Bowl, so I get where he's coming from. I think they're going to put him on the field. I'm almost sure of it now.
How dumb would that be?
Well, what else? You think about, what if they get behind? Who scares you on the Chiefs? Now, one thing about Kadarius Toney, he is the scariest player on that team. Because I saw what he did in last year's Super Bowl. Why not line him up at punt return? Just don't get him on the field as a receiver.
Well, how about this? So I was reading some analytics stuff with the company Sumer Sports, and they were writing about how the real vulnerability for the San Francisco defense is at the corners, like beyond the tackles, like running wide. And so they're talking about, could we see some more Mecole Hardman in the sweeps and stuff like that? I mean, who's the fastest guy on the team?
Yeah.
Kadarius Toney.
So run him on 3 sweeps. I think Toney gets in trouble when he runs routes and drops passes and lines up in the wrong place.
And attends the game.
Yeah, shows up to the stadium.
That's where the real trouble starts. Actually, it doesn't. It starts on social media. He doesn't have to be in the building.
Also, he has proven like the Super Bowl stage is not too big for him. He seemed oblivious to it last year. That's something. I mean, there are not a lot of players who've scored touchdowns in the Super Bowl. He's one of them. So I think the Chiefs might need him, believe it or not, because who scares you? We're defensive coordinators. We just cover Kelce and put one of your lockdown corners, if you have any anymore. Put Snead on Rice. What do you got if you're KC? So it's a weird situation.
So that's your Super Bowl bulletin for today. It's the Kadarius Toney walking back. This is the one also to take it. I don't want to be too serious about this, but as we get further into AI and this becomes a bigger part of our life, there are going to be people who have deep fakes, and it's already happened with Taylor Swift and with politicians and stuff, but this is going to start happening, and Kadarius Toney can't use this as some BS excuse when this is actually happening to people.
Well, this is the second time he's come up with a very bizarre hacking or deep fake story. Remember, he sent the DM to the Giants fan that was an audio recording that he said he got hacked. It was like, how do you get hacked?
Yeah, what's your password? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Come on, man.
And how do you get hacked sending a audio message that sounds just like you?
Again, he's going to blame it on the deep fake, on the AI.
Well, I got to be honest. If we're talking about like world fears with AI, like Kadarius Toney being deep fake, there's not. I would think more about Biden and Trump being deep fake would be number one. But the other thing too, I thought you were going to go, let's get serious. I mean, CTE or some weirdness with Kadarius Toney because I'm not saying it's CTE, but that guy has had nothing but trouble.
I think he's
going back to college.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just one of these wild card dudes. But yeah, these excuses, again, up there with the latte defense from Sean Payton for why he made fun of Nathaniel Hackett and called him the worst coach in the NFL. Said he had too much caffeine.
Well, yeah, but at least we know that's right. I mean, that's being honest. Where I don't really believe Toney necessarily.
No, of course not. You can't believe
By the
him.
way, Toney I just was reading this. He had 8 snaps last year in the Super Bowl and made an impact. So can you have a very limited Toney and still do something?
Oh, I was going to give you guys this trivia question yesterday. I asked you not to look it up. Yeah. Andrew Bogusch is back in the studio. I can see him. Carlos is back in the studio. I'll open this up to everybody. So again, I was doing some analytic work on the plane because that makes me the coolest person on earth. And
analytic work. So what do you mean?
Looking up stuff, like
yeah,
numbers,
the analytics
diving
is actually
in.
creating these numbers that you were reading.
Just reading.
Yes,
you were reading
I was
analytic
perusing
work.
Some graphs and
You
charts.
said you were doing analytic work.
Doing a quick math, carry the one.
Oh, Mark.
So here's the trivia question. Which wide receiver led the NFL, the regular season, led the NFL this year in yards after the catch?
You know what? I think I know where you're going with this. Is it Rashee Rice?
It is Rashee Rice. You didn't look it up, did you?
I did not.
Okay.
Well, there's no reason for me to guess.
Sorry, Carlos.
Yeah. I still think it's Tyreek Hill, even though you're saying it's factually Rashee Rice.
They said factually it is Rashee Rice.
Well, that was not as fun as we.
Sorry.
I know. Well, EJ knew the answer. Well, there we go.
No, but the only reason why I thought about that was because he's had these plays where he catches the ball and goes. He had a play against the Raiders.
Yep.
He's had several of those where he catches it short and goes 80 yards.
Well, that's a long handoff now to him, right? They
Yeah.
throw all those screen passes to him, and he just runs 8 yards. But there's nobody more because I think of. Do you have the runners up to him?
Yeah,
Tyreek Hill,
do.
Zay Flowers, a big run after catch guy.
Give me a minute, and I will get you the answer to.
Do you have to crunch the numbers and do
I've
some
got
more
to
analytic
go back into the
work here?
lab and crunch the numbers and find it on the Sumer Sports website.
But you know what's so funny about analytics?
Yeah.
When the Lions went for it on 4th down twice, everyone's like, well, the analytics. There's 32 teams. They probably have all different, there's no, master analytics, right? There's no Bible. The analytics say, well, every team has different analytics. So I feel like everyone thinks that there's one giant computer mind doing analytics.
Yeah.
And Maggie is somehow tapping
and
into
I've
that.
tapped into that. I think it's because guys come up with these formulas and these numbers, and then I think people move around the league. And they get shared. This is how it happened in baseball.
But now there are 32 teams, and they all have analytics department, and they're very competitive, and they have the right analytics. Analytics is interesting. It's an idea that you can measure anything. You could be analytics to how good our show is going to be.
Yeah.
If we just had everything could be quantified by a number. It's just how much resources. So I think we're just tapping the surface of analytics. And I think, Maggie, you were going to lead the way.
Well, I'm a trailblazer in this area. Here's the analytics for Sports Talk Radio. Dak Prescott, Jerry Jones, Dak Prescott. I think I hit it.
By the way, yards after catch is not an analytic, right?
No, it's just a counting
That's
stat.
a stat.
It's a counting stat. Okay.
Yeah, give me a war. What's Rashee Rice's war? EPA. Give me an EPA.
I'll get that for you also.
And a DVOA while you're at it.
I got all the A's. Andrew Bogusch is here. He's got headlines, more importantly. Good morning, Bogusch.
Guys, good morning again. Maybe you missed it. Hopefully you missed it. The NFC played a little defense late to preserve a 64-59 win over the AFC in flag football yesterday afternoon to close out the Pro Bowl games in Orlando. Baker Mayfield basically erasing that playoff loss in Detroit by throwing 2 TDs and being MVP yesterday. Each winning player gets $88,000, $44,000 per loser.
Bogusch, I watched it. I watched the whole thing on the plane. It was actually super entertaining.
What about it was entertaining?
The Pro Bowl, they did this. They did all these weird games in the middle of the game where, like, you had to, all the linemen had to line up and push a wall, and there was a tug of war, and they were playing flag football, and they ran the Philly special to Jalen Hurts. I got to tell you, the Pro Bowl is better than it's ever been. I know, and I'm old, and I liked it.
Wow.
Is that
Jalen
possible?
Hurts wasn't even on that Eagles team that ran Philly special.
Yeah, I know. But I got to tell you, Eli and Peyton were there. It was somewhat entertaining.
Because we don't have any Eli and Peyton in our lives.
It was
I've always
see them
wondered that.
again.
I know. Where have those guys been?
It was somewhat entertaining. And, I hate All-Star games, so this was weird to me. I was like, oh, my gosh, I'm watching this and somewhat enjoying it.
I was weirded out because I got off the plane, me and Perloff on the same plane, and he's like, what'd you watch? I was like, I watched nothing. He's like, well, I was watching the Pro Bowl. It was really good. I'm like, what?
I know Perloff, who can't stand the dunk contest and the three-point
No, I like
contest,
it.
and all of a sudden now is into tug-of-war.
I love the dunk contest, but All-Star Saturday night has gotten so much worse. The All-Star game is terrible, but the football thing actually worked.
Listen, I think it's for kids
It is.
and Perloff, obviously. But, there was nothing
Tall
worse than
kids.
the Pro Bowl. Yes, right.
Yeah, the Pro Bowl itself,
The Pro
it's
Bowl
such a
was
low bar.
Beyond awful.
Because you can't play real football at half speed.
No, and also it kind of showed like, oh, you don't care about your audience. This, for many years, was you don't care about your audience. You just want to go to Hawaii. That's what it felt like all those years with the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, except for when Sean Taylor laid somebody out.
Oh, that was Brian Mormon
Yeah,
from the Bills.
Your guy, yeah.
Thank you.
Bills
Which
guy.
is not great.
The Bills get disrespected at the
But
Pro
wait,
Bowl.
can we slow down for 1 second? We just had a 6-hour flight, and I said to EJ, what did you watch? He goes, oh, nothing. I just listened to music the whole time. 6
Bold
hours?
choice.
You don't watch a movie on the plane? You're sitting there, and you get these movies on the screen in front of you. You're not curious about these movies?
No, that's a good time to lock into some of my albums that I like listening to. So threw on some Logic, threw on some, let's see who we had, threw on Dizzy Wright. He's a Las Vegas artist, one of my favorite rappers, put on one of his last albums. So I was just diving in. I was just going through my albums, getting ready for this big week. And it worked out in 6 hours, and then we were off the plane.
That's the Seinfeld,
Yeah. Sorry.
Seinfeld reference. This is getting close to when David Purdy sits on the plane.
Putty?
David Putty sits on the plane. Brock Purdy, and doesn't need
Just
a book.
stares straight ahead?
Doesn't need a book.
That was like a 10-hour flight.
Yeah, a 10-hour flight, and she's like, "Do you want headphones? Do you want a book?" He's like, "No, I'm good." I just so it was strange. You have the movie right in front of you. Everybody watches a movie. I walk up and down the roads. Everyone has a glowing screen except for you.
I had the flight. I like to see the map. I like to see where we're going. I like to see how close we are. Like, I want to see the countdown.
At least watch Jalen Brunson highlights. What are you doing watching the plane creep across America?
Well, the woman next to me had. So usually what I end up doing is actually the person next to me usually has some kind of movie on. So I end up just seeing what they're doing.
Yeah, me too.
They were watching like Freeform, and it was like, I guess the live action Sleeping Beauty, I think. Or it was one with James Marsden and Christina Applegate. And I don't know what movie this is.
Okay.
But I was
You
like,
were enthralled.
I was very interested. And then a dragon showed up at the end. I was like, whoa, because it looked like more of like a normal movie.
This is like when people put on Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon to start with the Wizard of Oz. EJ's like starting his album just as some weird movie is starting and seeing how they sync up.
Eddie's watching
It's not on
He's watching the
acid,
map, and actually I saw him high five the person next to me. We just hit Albuquerque. Yes.
We did it. Well, this is going to be a lot more fun to track when it's Bogish and Perloff driving across country to San Antonio.
Oh, Wemby's hot. Yeah.
That's another update, I'm sure.
Wemby looked good.
Yeah.
Bogues, what else we got?
Patrick Mahomes arrived in Vegas last night with his chief teammates and with some drama back at home. His dad, Patrick Sr., arrested Saturday in Tyler, Texas on DWI charges, the third-degree felony carrying a 10-year sentence. The elder Mahomes pleaded guilty to similar charges in 2018 in Texas. Kliff Kingsbury reportedly is the Commanders' new offensive coordinator. Steve Belichick expected to become the Washington Huskies' defensive coordinator after 12 years working on his dad's staff in New England. And the Giants reportedly blocked OC Mike Kafka from interviewing for the same job in Seattle. Kafka interviewed to be the Seahawks head coach. Didn't impress them enough for that job, but the team would have been okay with him running Mike McDonald's offense.
Wait, sorry, I have one question for you. I'm sorry. Back to the Pats thing with Belichick's kid taking over at the University of Washington. Can you get two cities in America that are farther away from each other than Foxborough, Massachusetts, and Seattle? I mean, this guy's not just going away. This is like when they traded Jimmy Garoppolo to San Francisco. It's like, we don't need you away. We need you in the other conference, on the other coast, and as far as humanly possible away from this team.
Wow, I mean, Miami and Seattle.
I guess that would probably be the
And
crossing.
Carolina, Atlanta, D.C., Baltimore, Nashville.
You get what I'm saying, though. It's pretty freaking far.
I mean,
I see it.
EJ's an expert on maps because he was just watching it for 6 hours. I just want to say that technically,
I know that crisscrossing
I'm just
would
saying,
be longer, but
I mean, I think.
how about a mentality? Maybe not mentality, but it's like thou art banished. Like you just got you can't even be in New England anymore.
Hope we made no friends in Massachusetts because you've never seen them again.
Hold on, I'm Googling how far is Charlotte from Seattle. It's farther. You were wrong, Maggie.
Was that analytics?
No,
sorry, you guys are treating me like I'm Marash who said Brazil was next to Egypt. Good grief, I'm just trying to make a point.
Well, it's a valid point because culturally, too, I think there's a lot going on that's
Well,
different.
they're both kind of tech. I don't know.
No, I just think they are far apart. So, Steve, you say he's being banished.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I feel like he could probably coach in China somewhere. Might be further away.
It's like
but
Game of Thrones. He's being sent to the wall.
yeah, he's just out. Bye.
Yeah.
Your dad's gone. You can't even be around here anymore.
Yeah, I just want us to be accurate. There are farther cities.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah.
This is Wednesday's great debate. What's the farthest from Seattle?
I just want people to think that we are masters of 7th grade geography. And Maggie said,
Yeah, that great
Okay.
debate would be over in 30 seconds.
It's like a mini example of Doc Rivers' coaching skills. Instead of blowing a 3-1 playoff lead, his Bucks blew a 3-quarter lead in Utah last night.
Clark's at the top, guarded by Beasley. Not a good defender. He jabs left, goes right, in the lane, kicks to Lowry. Left wing 3. Pow! 104-102, Jazz lead it.
David Locke on Jazz Radio. Lowry, Markkanen, and Utah won the fourth quarter 40-13 to erase a 19-point hole, beat the Bucks 123-108. Milwaukee now 1-3 under Doc, but guess who gets to coach the East in the All-Star game later this month?
It's ridiculously bad. It really is. It's one of these quirky things. I think there should be a rule somehow that someone else does it other than me. Maybe I'll send my staff and I'll go on vacation.
There is a rule.
Oh my gosh, and I'll go on vacation.
Yeah, there is a rule in play here. It's the one that says the same coach can't coach back-to-back All-Star games, so Joe Mazzulla can't go to Indy. His replacement is the second-place coach, and that's the Bucks. Not Adrian Griffin, but Doc Rivers will coach the East in Indy in a couple of weekends.
So many questions. Why can't a coach do it back-to-back years? What is so sacred about this?
That I don't know
position?
either.
I assume it's more of a punishment almost. You got to coach the All-Star.
Yeah, you get a break.
Oh,
Right.
got it, right. Yeah,
Yeah.
Doc Rivers just said he would like to go on vacation when he's been there for 2 weeks.
It's kind of like, it sounds like the Hard Knock rules where teams don't have to be on Hard Knocks 2
good
years in
point.
a row. So, yeah, Doc, I love this storyline because all the former Sixers are doing great out there. James Harden is killing it. Ben Simmons destroyed them the other night. And now Doc Rivers stinking as a Bucks coach is actually giving me much joy.
Wow, even if it means saying something nice about Ben Simmons. How big of you?
Well, he did have 0 points when I say he dominated, but they blew him out.
Yeah.
Speaking of those Sixers, some calling it an operation, others a procedure. Tomato. Joel Embiid needs an OR for his left knee. Boo-boo. He's out an extended period of time. The Sixers say they'll know more after surgery, which will come in the next few days. And MetLife Stadium will host the 2026 Men's World Cup Final on July 19th. Dallas and Atlanta get the semifinals. SoFi, Arrowhead, Miami, Foxborough get the quarterfinals. The tournament begins on June 12th, 2026, with Mexico playing somebody in Mexico City. Guys, back to you.
I want to apologize. It's actually almost faster to drive from Miami because there's a huge traffic problem right now in Indianapolis. If you're driving from New England to Seattle, so it's about almost the same length.
Oh, what's going on in Indy?
I don't know. There's a truck that was turned over, so it depends when you're going from. Yeah,
It's a mess out there.
It tried to get under a bridge. No, I made that up. If you're in Indy, do not listen to me. I'm sorry. All good. But
somebody's probably 10 minutes late now because they took an alternate route in Indy to get to their job. Thanks to you.
Yeah, it's like Perloff said it was a mess out there on I-90.
We've been together. This is our third Super Bowl, right?
Yep.
Is that the most annoying thing I've done yet? Is to question you when you say there couldn't be anywhere further from New England? Technically, Maggie, Miami is further.
It's up there. 855 Bogush, thank you. 855-212-4CBS, 855-212-4227. Wow. Can we just, because it's so cavernous in here, I think everyone would hear us giving a round of applause for Dave Marinick for getting us coffee at the Starbucks that is 2.5 miles away walking and carrying it back here. Thank you, sir. You are what's going to fuel this show. Okay, coming up, so much more to do, including we've got one big-time person, I'll put this, making the boldest prediction about Jim Harbaugh. Whoa! I mean, we all think this is going to work out, but geez, this person's going out on a limb. We'll tell you exactly what we're talking about next. Also, we've got more Super Bowl stuff for you, of course, on the way. It's Maggie and Perloff live from Mandalay Bay Convention Center. Just getting going here on this Monday, CBS Sports Radio.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. 45 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Bright light city, gonna set my soul on fire.
Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. We're in the Mandalay Bay Convention Center, Super Bowl 58, descending on Las Vegas, and here we are. Interesting stuff, Perloff, coming from the Bay Area. Jed York, who's the owner of the San Francisco 49ers, his team's in this Super Bowl, yet he was asked about his former coach, Jim Harbaugh, who's now taken over with the Los Angeles Chargers, and he's expecting that Jim Harbaugh, he said, is going to be very, very, very successful. Now, these guys didn't really part in the best of circumstances. Obviously, very rarely does it go that way? But Jed York said he did congratulate him when Michigan won the championship. They've texted back and forth. He said, Jim is a hell of a coach. I think it's a great spot for him. I'm excited for the Chargers. I think they'll be very, very successful. Here's the thing about this Jim Harbaugh hire. It's almost been met with a 100% approval rating, right? On paper, this makes all the sense in the world, and you're seeing like that the Chargers could take off like a rocket ship and become really successful. I mean, at this point, if they don't win a Super Bowl, if they don't win multiple Super Bowls, we're going to be like, wow, Jim Harbaugh really didn't live up to expectations with the Chargers now, did he?
Well, yeah, but he has time, right?
Does he? How long does he? He doesn't stay places very long,
I think,
except for Michigan.
Okay, it's early February right now. You're going to see, I think, in coming weeks, they're going to have to cut a lot of the older players. So I think the expectations lower a little. We know he has Justin Herbert, but he's not going to have anyone around.
You're wrong
him.
about that. You're wrong.
They have to. I mean, who's going to be on the team?
Well, it doesn't matter because the Jim Harbaugh's reputation is he comes in and he turns you into a winner right away.
Right, but I think a playoff team. No one's expecting Super Bowl next year.
Well, two things. He said, we're talking about Jim Harbaugh, who the owner of the 49ers, Jed York, said he's expecting him to be very, very successful. Here's the thing about him with the Chargers. Not only does Jim Harbaugh in the NFL, obviously, kind of burn bright and then kind of I don't want to say burn out, but burn bright with the 49ers. It didn't last very long. But he has already said going into this job, there's not much sand left in the hourglass for me on coaching. Like guys, I think he's going to be all in, of course, and he's going to be, totally committed. But he's kind of telling you right from the jump, like, how much longer am I doing this for?
I think, he's 60, so 10 years?
Do you think he might not want to coach till he's 70?
What's Jim Harbaugh going to do?
Well, John Harbaugh's 62?
What's Jim Harbaugh's hobby? Football.
Milking cows? I have no idea. Feeding chickens and milking cows?
I think the time frame it can't be this year. Really? Are we talking next? I mean, if he doesn't get the Super Bowl with this team, that's not a realistic expectation.
No,
I don't even think they're top 10 in odds.
No, but I don't know about next year, but I'm saying the whole thing about Harbaugh was this is a fit because they have Herbert. He's in his prime. They're ready to win. He did a lot with San Francisco, which was probably a much more talented team, but didn't have that most talented quarterback, was Alex Smith and then Kaepernick.
Right, but he only got to the Super Bowl. I think that
multiple NFC championships.
I think you're right. I think you're totally right. The bar is a Super Bowl, but I don't think it's this year. I think they're going to lose a lot of players this offseason, and people are going to be realistic.
But they go 8-9. This is going to seem like a disaster. That's exactly what Sean Payton did, and that was his record with his first year with Denver.
Do you want to give me some perspective of where they are in the odds? They're at 11th between the Jets and the Jaguars.
Well, then they should be a bet. Why isn't the money pouring in on them?
Because everyone knows that they have to get rid of half their team because of salary cap reasons, and they're old because they're the Chargers. There's a lot of history to overcome here. I think maybe I'm saying the bar is a little lower than than what you're saying.
I don't know if we can walk that back now.
Well, I mean, yes.
That seems like moving things around. Like it was the slam dunk hire. It's
Yes.
gotten all the good press. It's not that they have to win a Super Bowl in year one, but they've got it. Do they have to win multiple titles while he's there?
I was gonna say maybe not win the Super Bowl next year, but maybe next year you have to kind of end the charging. Like I don't know if you can have them go to a final game of the regular season and lose to not get into the playoffs, or you go to the playoffs and you have a big disappointment. I think
Or a big lead and blow
right,
it.
exactly. I think if they can get to the playoffs and show promise, okay, maybe they lose to the Chiefs in a respectable game.
Yeah.
I think people won't look at them and they'll say, okay, this team's going in the right direction.
Right.
If we see Brandon Staley like chokes from the Chargers next year, that would be very alarming. I think that would definitely put a lot of heat
shocking.
on Harbaugh.
Yeah.
I don't even think he's going to get. I think 11-6 is a realistic expectation. That's fine, right? We're all good with that. Or are we raising the bar above?
Coming up, the Kansas City Chiefs, America's team or villains of the NFL? We do that next. Maggie and Perloff live from the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. More next.
You're in a 5-minute break.
Okay, and I do not have a sponsor. I got nothing from Pierno, so okay. This is Maggie.
1 minute remaining. $45 seconds remaining. $30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
He's been on the TB12 method since he was 6. She's on her 3rd scotch. They are Maggie and Perloff on CBS Sports Radio.
Are the Kansas City Chiefs America's team, or are they the villain of the NFL? Welcome to the show. Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. We are live from the Mandalay Bay Convention Center in Las Vegas. We've already seen 15 ridiculous things. And Vegas is really living up to the hype.
You know what's ridiculous? Calling the Kansas City Chiefs the villain of the NFL. There's so many villains in the NFL, starting with the NFL itself. They're the ultimate villain.
Them.
Kansas City Chiefs, what happened to this lovable underdog of 3 years ago, and Patrick Mahomes and the left-handed passes and the no looks, and they were America's team. They were America's darling. And now that they actually have the real America's darling, Taylor Swift there, I talked to so many people, including my own daughter, who dislikes the Chiefs. She said Brock Purdy better be on point because I cannot stand seeing Taylor Swift celebrate.
Yeah, she's like, we can't have Brock Purdy throwing those errant passes in the first half, or that's going to come back to bite him. I love how your daughter breaks down the game.
She said he better rely on Debo in the short passing game. I was like, you don't even watch football.
Clearly, she's been listening to our show. I mean, I do think that the Chiefs are closer to the villain of the NFL, and precisely what you said. First of all, you said, what happened to the NFL? The NFL's the villain of the NFL. It feels like the NFL wants the Chiefs to continue this ride. And I'm not saying that they're making calls for the Chiefs. I'm not one of those conspiracy people. I'm just saying this is like their greatest dream come true. They were giving Taylor Swift free airtime. They only want this to happen. And I think a lot of people now don't want the NFL to get their fairy tale story here and don't want the fairy tale ending. And how is this going to perfectly line up where all of a sudden the tight end starts dating Taylor Swift and they go to the Super Bowl when this is actually one of the worst teams offensively that they've had in this dynasty Mahomes era? I mean, that's just part of it.
Oh, also, by the way, Taylor Swift is dropping an album, so the conspiracy theory is that she's doing this, aligning with the NFL to sell her album.
Oh, it's a work. I mean, I got accused by Andrew Bogish, always says, I don't believe in love because I don't believe in Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, and Bogish will be up in 20 minutes to do our update. He can defend himself. But I think that people who thought it was disingenuous to begin with, now it's like, oh, convenient. You're dropping an album right before you're about to go in front of, 100 million people sitting in a suite at the Super Bowl. It all feels a little predestined. Or not predestined, I'm sorry, that they're really meeting the moment in a way that feels a little cheap.
I hear you. I mean, the one thing, regardless of which side you take, are they the villain or are they America's team, this is the team to watch. I mean, this is going to be the highest rated team. All these reasons make them more compelling. They are now, actually, as a villain, they're more compelling than they are as the nice guys. Like, now you have to watch the Chiefs. Not only are they awesome on the field, but they're a dynasty, and we want to see someone topple the dynasty. Like, we want to see eventually your Bills beat the dynasty, and you can root for or against Taylor Swift. So this is a real perfect storm So this villain thing also adds to the entertainment of the whole Super Bowl.
I think there's almost like you go through phases,
Yeah.
I think, when you become a winner.
Right.
You were talking about what happened to the Chiefs, our lovable underdogs. Well, they kept winning. So they were lovable as underdogs. Then they kept winning. Then they kept winning some more. Now we're looking at 6 straight AFC championship games. We're looking at a possibility of 3 Super Bowls in 5 years. The winning also makes people say, all right, now let's see who can beat you, because we know the Chiefs are the great team of the NFL.
Right.
And let's see what the 49ers have to say about it, because the 49ers have also been right there knocking on the door. The Chiefs have broke through. The 49ers have not. And I think that makes the 49ers equally as compelling as the Chiefs.
Yeah, but you can't possibly call the 49ers Cinderellas, because
No,
the
they're
funny
not.
thing is the 49ers are lining up 7 Hall of Famers. Talent-wise, they kind of blow the Chiefs out of the water. They have Nick Bosa is arguably the best defensive player up there of his generation. You got Trent Williams is undoubtedly the best left tackle of his generation. Christian McCaffrey's undoubtedly the best running back of his generation. George Kittle's right behind Travis Kelce. Debo is a force of nature. And then, like, there's all these Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw. You go down the list. They're really the star-studded team. They're the favorites, which is why I don't think you can embrace the funny thing is you can hate the Niners, but I don't see anyone embracing. You can hate the Chiefs. No one's embracing the Niners as a lovable underdog.
Oh, I disagree. And
Yeah.
we're talking about whether the Chiefs are closer to America's team or are they closer to the villain of the NFL. I think that people are embracing the 49ers because of Brock Purdy. Now, granted, he for some reason, for as mild as a dude as he actually is quite polarizing, not because of anything about him personally, but people watch him and see different things.
Yeah.
Do you see an elite quarterback who's making incredible throws, keeping a comeback alive with his legs? Or are you watching somebody who is just the benefit of working in a quarterback-friendly system and has all those Hall of Famers you talked about and all the great talent right at his disposal? So Purdy has become this real lightning rod of the Super Bowl and in our NFL conversation. But I think there are people who love him. We love underdogs. Purdy's the ultimate underdog.
I'm not seeing any of that with that Kurt Warner energy, that
Yeah.
young Tom Brady energy. I'm not seeing that for Brock Purdy. Maybe I'm missing it. But people, for some reason, Brock Purdy had 4 years of college and is playing on this great Niners team that went from Jimmy G to Trey Lance to Brock Purdy. I don't know why. I don't see any kind of underdog story there, which is odd because he should be the ultimate. You already named his movie, Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, the script writes itself, and
Yeah,
I'm sure it'll be in the works.
Starring who are you going to cast? Zac Efron as Mr. Irrelevant.
Oh wow, I mean, that's pretty good casting.
Yeah, maybe a little too good looking.
I don't know. Has anyone ever said that in the history of Hollywood? Too good looking.
And Ryan Gosling, of course, plays Jared Goff because they look alike. But regardless,
or Shanahan.
yeah, it's weird, and maybe somebody from San Francisco could explain this. There's just no lovability to these Niners. They're really the bullies on the block just as much as the Chiefs.
I think they're a good team. I guess I'm going to disagree with that characterization of San Francisco. I think there's a lot of guys who are easy to root for on that team.
Like who?
I think people are rooting for Debo. I think people are rooting for Brock. Christian McCaffrey isn't easy to root for. The guy had so many injuries early in his career, and now
he's
is
dating Olivia Koopa. And
jealous.
I don't. No. I'd be talking about a guy who's not an underdog. Christian McCaffrey is no underdog. in this
No, I
game.
didn't say under. I said likable.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't see it. I see them as funny, as sort of a lot of favorite energy around them, even though the Chiefs are the big story. And they are, that's the thing too, they're technically not an underdog. They're a 2-point favorite.
Yeah, the
And
49ers.
That means something. I mean, I think the Chiefs, because they didn't do anything this year, they kind of looked like, the Cinderella team out of the story. They were dead in the water. They lost to the Raiders on Christmas. So there's something weird going on here. The dynamic is really unexpected. There's a lot of different storylines here. That's why it's a compelling matchup.
The question, are the Chiefs more America's team or are they more the villain of the NFL? I think there's another part of this too, and it's a little hard to put your finger on, but you know it when you see it. A little like porn, but nothing like porn. In that the celebrity that has followed the Chiefs now with Taylor Swift, and I'm going to say et al. Because she's got her celebrity friends who come with her now to certain games.
Right.
This is going to sound odd, and maybe this makes me a hater. The exuberance, the over-the-top celebrations, it's crazy because I think as football fans, it's like the baseline for the Chiefs now is AFC Championship game. So if you're celebrating like crazy for a couple touchdowns over the Dolphins in the wild card round, we're like, come on, they sleepwalk through the wild card round. The AFC Championship game is like where the season starts for the Chiefs because that's the bar they've set, and it's so high. And so for them to be going crazy, it almost feels like they're being bad winners, right? It's like you're celebrating in everyone's face, but I'm going to be fair here to Taylor. She has never experienced this. She's parachuting in on a dynasty already in progress and celebrating each thing like it's the first time we've seen it because it's the first time she's seen it. We've all been exposed to Chiefs winning for now like half a decade.
Well, people don't like Mahomes' wife, Brittany.
She celebrates too, but listen, it's her husband on the field. She's allowed to celebrate. We can't really dock her for that.
People hate Jackson Mahomes.
Well, Jackson has some legit things to not like.
Even before that, though, people found him completely a camera hog and obnoxious. Before the criminal
TikTok
stuff.
on the Sean Taylor's number was
and
really a turnoff for people.
Finding the camera, now we know this is not a reason to dislike him. It's serious, but Patrick Mahomes Sr. was arrested for DUI. So there's a lot of weirdness around this Mahomes scam. But I do agree with you. I think the over-celebration in the box is turning a lot of people off. And that dance where they were all...
The swag surfing.
That killed people.
I still can't get that out of my head.
No. That bothers so many people.
Yeah.
Well, the other part, too, is, people say, like, and we're talking about whether the Chiefs are more America's team or they more villain of the NFL. It's not like they're showing Taylor and that suite for long periods of time. They're not. It's like a few seconds at a time. But when they do show them, they're all going so bananas in there. It almost feels like they're on camera for longer than they are.
I was going to say, we mentioned this a little off air. We're talking about kind of the comparison from Giselle to Taylor Swift.
Right.
I mean, does Taylor Swift deserve that grace, dare I say, to not know, to act like you've been there before? Because Giselle met Tom, he'd already won rings, at least one and maybe two, when they finally became together, and we didn't see Giselle going crazy like they just won a Super Bowl every time they scored a touchdown.
Well, you got to remember, Tom dumped his pregnant wife, Bridget, wife or girlfriend, Bridget Moynihan, and there was a lot of controversy around that. It was a little bit pre-social exploding, and that's the other thing. Giselle kind of hit, like, she was not very visible, and also Giselle's not nearly. She's famous, but she's not in the same league as Taylor Swift
for sure. But they would show her during those games, and we didn't see swag surfing.
She'd be celebrating, but not. It did feel a little more muted. I don't know, and that's honestly, it's the directors of the TV broadcast who are dictating what we see.
Well, we want to see. They always show Jerry Jones. They always show Robert Kraft.
Yeah,
during
sitting in his throne.
During the Super Bowl, they always go to that poor person who has to sit next to Roger Goodell at the Super Bowl.
The plant.
Yeah, the plant for some social issue or something. Or like one year didn't him and Russ sit next to each other, and that was very odd. So the directors know what they're doing. That's why you sent a prop bet that shocked me last week. There's 5.5 is the over-under for Taylor Swift cameos?
Yes, it was.
How is the director going to hold himself back from not going to Taylor Swift all the time?
Well, if Kelsey has 2 touchdowns, then there's 2. So, I mean.
But no, they go to her.
It's a long broadcast.
They go to her after other touchdowns now, too. And, listen, let's be honest. Justin Watson or Noah Gray catch a touchdown. Sometimes you're not sure.
There's also props about who is going to be standing next to Taylor in the box. And I saw one super long shot. It's like 300 to 1 or something was Mike Tyson.
Why Mike Tyson?
That would be an upset.
Why him?
I love
Vegas.
The Hangover?
Vegas. He lives here.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's famous.
That. Oh man, that's a high bar. I can't think of anyone I'd rather see. It's going to be Donna, Kelsey, and Brittany, right?
I was thinking. Could it be Selena? She's very close to Selena Gomez.
It's all of her friends. 855-212-4CBS, 855-212-4227. Let's go to Rich is in Chicago. Rich, what do you think? Are the Chiefs the villains of the NFL, or are they America's team?
I'm with Perloff on this. I think they've been America's team for a couple of years. I think the difference is if you want to make a comparative, people would turn into villains, be Jordan's Bulls, Nick Saban's Alabama team.
Yep.
That once they start running the table, the Chiefs aren't there yet. They're kind of emerging. They can be, and I think will be, and they're fun to watch. And I kind of gravitate toward you guys. I got to tell you this real quick. I've been to 5 Super Bowls, and all 5 have involved either the Bills or Eagles.
Wow.
So I've got some contacts And you talk about fandom. These guys are bandwagon guys that are jumping on the Chiefs. Because it's a small market team. I like the Chiefs because I lived there. I've lived all over, but I lived in Kansas City for 3 years back in the 70s and 80s. And I've always liked teams for reasons. McNabb from Chicago.
Yeah.
So and I'm from Jacksonville, so I had to go to the Super Bowl in Jacksonville, and McNabb's a Chicago guy. And the bad thing about this is, of those 5 Super Bowls, between you two guys, your teams have only covered one.
Sorry.
Rich, love it. Thank you so much for the phone call. Appreciate you weighing in. It's the beauty of the NFL, and he's right about people like to, in this sport, I think, like to bandwagon onto successful teams from small markets. Smaller. Kansas City Chiefs, I think, got a lot of bandwagon because of Mahomes and Kelsey. I think the Bills got a lot of bandwagon because of Josh Allen, maybe Diggs or whatever. And then Green Bay is like Green Bay has watch what's about to happen with the Jordan Love situation next year. That's going to be the new bandwagon.
Well, I mean, the NBA is the same. LeBron goes to Cleveland. It doesn't matter.
OKC when they had Durant.
Yeah, it does. I mean, stars drive the sport. In football, you're right. It doesn't really matter what city. Because football, to me, all 32 teams are national teams. There's no, because of fantasy football and because of betting. So nobody knows the starting lineup of, the Angels, but everybody knows who the running back is for the Jaguars. I just think there's a national appeal. So it doesn't matter what city you're from. But here's my question. Michael Jordan. The 90s.
Yes.
He pushes off Brian Russell.
Yeah.
Even if you didn't like Jordan, you appreciated the history in the moment and you knew you were watching something historic. It doesn't feel like with the NFL, with Brady and Mahomes, like that doesn't count for anything. Like nobody's like, wow, I'm so lucky that I'm alive to see Patrick Mahomes play. People don't. Really? I don't get that. I don't get that vibe at all.
I think people do give him that. Like, let's appreciate what we're watching. I also think it's almost the other way. Yeah. If he wins the 3rd Super Bowl, this is Patrick Mahomes, and again, we're talking about whether the Chiefs are now America's team or are they more the villain of the NFL. He wins this 3rd Super Bowl. I mean, we've already started the talk about can he catch Brady, and is he actually the greatest quarterback where Brady is the most decorated quarterback? Yeah. I mean, we're already doing it.
But the funny thing is, I doubt it. He's probably not even the most popular jersey in the NFL. He's not. I don't. It's not like Jordan. It's like Jordan was this force of nature. Mahomes is not like that.
Well, Jordan also could play defense. I mean, he's out there doing both sides, and
you're right. It's a sport. Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I don't get this rooting against him. He's always going to be the nice guy quarterback to me. There's nothing he can do. He's just, I know he whined after the Bills game. But what does he do? What has he done wrong? Name one thing in his career.
Nothing. For him, it's just the winning is going to get a backlash. Steph Curry never did anything wrong. The Warriors got backlash.
He annoyingly chews on his mouth guard. Mahomes doesn't even have that.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I mean, and he shimmies.
The shimmy, yeah. The Are You a Gracious Winner? Sean is in Oregon. Hey, Sean, what's up, dude?
Hey, you guys. I heard you guys talking about celebrations. In this country is a country of celebrations. That's what we do. We celebrate every little small thing. So
yes, we're talking about the Chiefs,
I love people
like the celebrities in the Chiefs suite, like going crazy over every touchdown. Yeah.
Yeah, and I hope Jason don't jump in front of Tay-Tay again. That was the worst thing I saw.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you.
Swift.
Wait, that's a great question, Sean. Thank you so much for that. And appreciate you checking in. I didn't even think about this subplot. What is Jason Kelsey going to do in this game to try to upstage everybody? Because he's planning something. He already did shirtless drunk guy. Does he have any other tricks up his sleeve?
Well, he's been in he's watched Travis a lot. I mean, unfortunately, the Eagles have not been alive in the playoffs many times for Travis Kelce.
What made that thing so much more egregious? He's watched Travis Kelce win Super Bowls, and now he's jumping out of windows.
Well,
he's won one himself.
Part of it is you arrive at that Buffalo parking lot, and I think weird things happen. I mean, you tell me Jason Kelce can resist the pull of Bills Mafia?
Nobody can. All of a sudden, you're pouring ketchup and mustard all over yourself. Like, what day is it?
Yeah.
It's like, wait, the game happened 48 hours ago. You're like, what?
More normal.
What happened? Who Who won?
More normal people than Jason Kelce have been corrupted by the Bills Mafia. Do you think he had a chance to resist?
Remember the guy who fell down a hole, the construction site where the new stadium is being built?
And you were like,
they're lucky they found that guy.
We were so astonished by that story. You were like, that's a Tuesday at a Buffalo Bills game.
Someone falling down a hole in Western New York.
Maggie's like, my uncle did that a couple years ago.
My uncle invented that.
The number of Bills fans who've actually been locked in a porta potty or turned over in a porta potty, we're talking.
It's a rite of passage.
Yeah. So you think Kelce is going to keep his shirt on in Buffalo? No way.
I just wonder, what does he have in store? You know what he would do, Jason Kelce, because he needs the camera so much, clearly?
Oh, stop. Get out of here.
He would show up in the Mummers costume, that he wore to the parade when the Eagles won the Super Bowl. I don't even know what that's from. It looks like Mardi Gras or something, where he wears
the Mummers parade. It's a New Year's parade. What are you doing?
What?
What you're?
I'm calling it like I see it.
You can't go after Jason Kelce.
Too late.
What are you going to go after? Brian Dawkins next? Who's next after that?
I would
Mahatma
never.
Gandhi. Jason Kelce is 100% Q rating, man.
Not
Stop.
with me. Dawkins, I would never go against. That man is he's on a different plane. 855-212-4CBS, 855-212-4227. So you're welcome to weigh in on this. EJ, do you have poll results for us, sir?
I do. So we asked the question, are the Chiefs closer to America's team or America's villain? So we have 57.3% say America's villain, a little less than 43% say America's team.
Wow.
All right. It's close. You can go vote at Maggie and Pearl. Coming up, we've got a teary goodbye. Who gave it and why does it matter? We'll tell you next. Maggie and Perloff, CBS Sports Radio.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. $45 seconds remaining. $30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Maggie and Perloff. We wake up in Vegas while everyone is still up in Vegas. Got up.
Yeah, we're looking for coffee. They're looking for Red Bull and vodka.
1:30 Pacific time. Wake up call. Maggie and Perloff, which actually was fine. I'm still on East Coast time. Got a little nightlife in last night, but I tell you, I'm on a run, Maggie.
I know. Look at you, hobnobbing.
I went to a play at the Actors Studio in New York with a bunch of celebrities on Friday night.
Oh, you didn't even tell us about that
yeah,
one.
because that my friend did a one-man show, and then Saturday went to the Knicks-Lakers, and I was second row, thanks to my buddy Dr. Rock Positano, foot doctor to the stars, including LeBron James. He's worked on his foot.
Oh, wow.
So it was the Lakers.
Is
Knicks.
he the LeBron James of foot doctors? Remember
No,
LeBron
it was somebody
famously said that?
else.
Okay.
So he's an ankle doctor, really. But I'm sitting next to Action Bronson. I did not know it was him.
Aw, a little part of UJ died.
No, he had to tell me afterwards. But there was a guy in front of us, and my wife was convinced was Bad Bunny. And because Bad Bunny cut off his hair, I didn't even know this. He has a buzz cut now. But the Jumbotron never showed him. But I did see Ben Stiller, Kevin Bacon, Spike. Who else did I see, EJ?
Well, Larry David.
Larry David.
I texted
Larry
you. I was
David,
like, "Are you
yep.
on the Larry David side?" And you're like, "I don't even see him."
Ben Stiller.
Yeah,
he's always
like,
there.
he's like a Knicks fan.
he comes on like a Tuesday night against against
It's
Charlotte.
yeah, exactly.
But here's the funny thing.
Yeah.
LeBron played to all of them. The whole game. The guys would be in a half-court set, and he'd be having a conversation with Maverick Carter. I am not lying to you.
He
was talking to the sideline the entire game. And also, he was playing, he was kind of showing off for these guys. Hitting threes. He looked 5 years younger. He loves the Garden, which made me think, EJ, maybe LeBron goes there eventually.
I mean, that's been a little bit of the talk. You know,
Yeah.
he kind of mentioned, at one point I did think about going to the Knicks, back in 2010. It's so weird, though, because the Knicks have this team that a bunch of guys are kind of in their prime or entering their prime. It would be so weird to add a guy who's certainly a great player, but someone who's so past his prime and throw him into this mix. It feels like it really would shorten the Knicks window, but at the same time, it is LeBron James, and maybe this is their best shot.
I don't know.
Man,
I don't know.
I just don't get the hopes up. LeBron has a way of doing this thing where he will use other people's fan bases, use the fact that everyone hangs on his every tweet, the hourglass tweet and the sands out of the hourglass, and we read into all this stuff. He always uses this. He's a mastermind at it, brilliant at it. And if he can here's a good lesson of professional sports. If you can ever use a New York team to get what you want, go ahead and do that. Use the Knicks, use the Yankees, use the Mets. It's the perfect patsy to always use if you're an athlete, because you know that the media will bite, the fans will bite, and it becomes these bigger stories. It's the playbook.
Well, it's funny too because the Knicks really don't have any national. I mean, I think Jalen Brunson's like a developing kind of underdog story star. But I was thinking about Zion. EJ and I argued about Zion Williams for an hour and a half. It was
Wait, did you end up sitting next to each other on the
flight?
No,
His seat got changed.
My seat got changed. I moved up to the 11th row. EJ was in 26, listening to music apparently. Didn't even watch a movie.
Also, rough morning for EJ. Accidentally walked into the ladies' room.
Yeah, that happened. Yeah, thank God no one was in there.
No, there won't be any women here until at least Wednesday.
But did you hear what happened to us at the airport? So we land and we have to sit there for an hour and a half. EJ and I can't get a car because Joe Biden flew into Vegas and cars were not allowed in and out, and we couldn't figure out why the Uber was taking so long.
It's and then everybody Uber will be here in 2 days.
So EJ did have a little party foul.
Yeah.
The map. You said the hotel's an 8-minute walk.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So when I pulled up, we were in the parking lot, and a couple of other people were asking, "Hey, can we walk? Is that a thing?" And someone said, "Well, there's a fence that you have to scale." And Pearl was like, "Look, I'm in
no problem for us."
And Pearl was like, "If I'm in, you're in." So I looked it up on my phone, and initially it said 8-minute walk, and I was like, and we could see the hotel because it's a pyramid.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, it's right there. That doesn't look that far. Yeah. And then we went upstairs to one of the attendants and said, "Hey, we tried to walk this. What would happen?" And she just laughed.
Yeah.
She's just like, "Are you guys serious?" She definitely thought we were high or something. She was like, "These guys are
nuts."
Well,
It's Vegas. I mean, fair assessment.
Yeah.
And so then I looked it up again, and for whatever reason, the second time I looked it up, it said hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah. And then we drove for 15 minutes, and it was a highway. We would have had. I have a giant bag filled with costumes and outfits, and I have nothing to wear, ironically. So it would have been me and EJ on a highway, with no shoulder, no sidewalk, wandering through Vegas. So that happened. But then we got, of course, because we fight about sports and basketball a lot. I was like, Zion Williamson's my really still my favorite player because he's hot again, and EJ's like, no, his moment passed. I was like, but. Yeah, but he wants
we're taking 2 separate Ubers because of Zion Williamson.
But he wants to come to the Garden. He's another one of those guys. The stars are attracted to the Garden, and I get it because I tell you, Maggie, I know you have a mixed history with Madison Square Garden and the Dolan family, to say the least.
Yeah.
That when they're all
one member.
When they're all the stars in that arena, it is nuts.
Oh, I know. It will look cool on TV. 855-212-4CBS. We're asking the question, are the Chiefs closer to America's team, or are they closer to the villain of the NFL? Let's hit Ramon. He's in Indianapolis. Hey, Ramon, what's good?
Hello, hey, my good people. Maggie, Perloff, and the gentlemen. How you all doing this morning?
We're great.
Thanks for taking my call. I think the Chiefs, with that Vegas line, I think it moved to 3 the other day because I'm torn between what I'm going to do Thursday or Friday when I go to the betting parlor. Yeah. But I think they've turned into it. It reminded me of Dallas after they won, I think, in 91, 92, and then I think it was again in 92, 93, then they won in 95.
Yep.
They became the enemy, and 2 questions for you all. Number 1, I know Mahomes is all this great, but Aikman has 3 rings. Why we never mention Aikman? Then number 2, about Harbaugh and San Diego. I'm San Diego. Tell you how old I am.
Everyone makes that mistake. Yeah, that's fine.
The Chargers, they got to deal with Kansas City and the whole AFC. Why is it always like he's just going to run over here and they're just going to be this great? I don't see that happening. I think they're going to struggle, to me, because everybody in the AFC is desperate. Baltimore and Buffalo definitely going to be even trying to beef up even more after what happened. I think they're going to have problems, to me. But I know we got to hype him up because he's horrible. But I think there's going to be some problems. Thank you, Carl.
Ramon, you're the best. Thank you. 2 things I agree with Ramon. One I agree with. The Jim Harbaugh thing, I mean, there are things out of his control that he is going to have to deal with. Now, the AFC West is part of it, where he's got the Chiefs. We'll see what Sean Payton does with Denver. I mean, Vegas still has a while to go. They need a quarterback. But you are in salary cap hell. You have a meddling owner, and you have a team that is oft injured. Those 3 things the coach can't do anything about.
Well, yeah, but there's very rare when a quarterback like Justin Herbert needs a coach. Josh Allen has kept Sean McDermott alive. Deshaun Watson kept Bill O'Brien employed in Houston for years. A great quarterback keeps his coach in place. That's why people are making this connection. But I agree with Ramon. There's a lot of challenges here. I'll tell you why Troy Aikman is never considered. Want to hear I love looking at his stats. They crack me up. 92, their first Super Bowl, 23 touchdowns, 14 picks. 93, 15 touchdowns, 6 picks. I mean, it
was a different era.
That is.
But they were a running football team.
That's why Troy Aikman doesn't get the credit. Yes, why he's not the greatest of all time. I think he's underrated in the sense kids will look at his stats and be like, wow, he was middling. But he was clutch.
You know, we do this thing, and we'll get to bogus in the headlines, but we do this thing about ring chasing where we're selective about it.
What do you mean?
Well, because we'll say Jordan is the greatest player of all time, 6 rings to LeBron's 4. But if you're really just going by rings, then Bill Russell would be the hands-down slam dunk #1, the greatest player of all time. We fudge this rings conversation.
But it's more complicated with Bill Russell.
I know.
Because it was a different era, and he had a lot of Hall of Famers around him, where Jordan had 1.
No, I get it, but I'm saying rings sometimes are the end-all, be-all, but not all the time, right?
Right. It's Troy Aikman is not exactly.
Right, so Troy Aikman having 3, I don't think we look at him and say, wow, Mahomes hasn't passed Troy Aikman yet because Troy's got 3 and Mahomes has 2.
Actually, Troy's not even top 5 in any conversation. We're looking at historical quarterbacks. He's never brought up.
I was going to say, does anyone rank him ahead of Dan Marino?
No.
I don't think anyone does.
Not Peyton.
Right.
Listen, he got his due. He's in the Hall of Fame. It's not like he got totally forgotten in history. Plus, he's on our TV every week.
Yeah, but I think he's at best between 10 and 20 on the all-time list. I don't even think he's a top 10 quarterback. I mean, because those numbers are just so slim. And to his credit, he was happy to hand the ball off to Emmett. So Troy was a killer, though. I'll tell you one thing about Troy. In the fourth quarter against the Birds in a game, he's the last dude I want to back
Perloff
there.
just got time traveled back to a dark time.
Another multiverse of Maggie and Perloff.
That's another guy.
What if Perloff was born a Cowboys fan?
Yeah, there you go.
Can we talk about
for Troy Aikman?
Can we talk about how much I hated Michael Irvin because he was so good?
855-212-4CBS. Andrew Bogish standing by with all the latest. What's up, Bogues?
Hey, guys. So the Heartless will say that Taylor Swift is dropping a new album because of her new NFL fandom. The rest of us will point out that she announced the Tortured Poets Department during the Grammys last night, not halftime of Chiefs-Ravens. And yes, she'll be at the Super Bowl, but only after flying back from Asia and the most successful world tour ever, made possible by all the other albums she released before she met Travis Kelce and Roger Goodell. Lisa McCaffrey, meanwhile, Christian's mom, is anti-Tay-Tay just for a little bit. Mrs. McCaffrey has a podcast called Your Mom and said the family is hitting pause on Swift songs until after Super Bowl 58. This is the second headline from Lisa, who said suites at Allegiant Stadium were too expensive even for her son and his fiancée, Olivia Culpo, but apparently the kiddos have paid for one for Lisa and the family on Sunday.
Yeah, that story was odd, right? Did anyone else think that was a weird story? That the mom puts it out there that the suites are too expensive. Yep. And then Olivia Culpo, the girlfriend of her son, puts on social media, fake news. We actually got the suite.
Wow.
It was
so there's
an
some
odd
tension.
Well,
are they engaged?
Their fiance, yeah.
Oh,
so
sorry,
engaged.
engaged.
That's a future mother-in-law, which I mean, not won't be the first mother-in-law daughter-in-law clash.
Well, I'm going to say the relationship becomes more complicated as you get engaged than married, not less.
Right, because not that this happened in my family, but sometimes the mother-in-law wants to control the wedding, right?
Well, the wedding, the
life,
the kids. There's a lot of ways to live like this. Anyway, back to Bogan.
But then again, I mean...
No, back to Maggie.
Okay, back to me.
There's something there, it feels like.
But I got to tell you,
is there a couch for me to lay on?
When you bring in the international supermodel into the family, aren't there a different set of rules for...
Still your son. It's funny because I see this now in 2 different ways. My mother-in-law is great, by the way. She does not meddle at all. But I now have a son who's 4, but I can imagine what type of mother-in-law I would be.
Well, you can ask my mom because I'm married to a supermodel. Sarah is
way to
gorgeous.
go. Way to
Valentine's
go.
Day coming up February 14th. Can you clip this in New York?
Because you're away for a week and she's going to watch your kids.
Yeah.
By the way, I do love the energy of saying no Taylor Swift for the week. Like that, I do that. Like if the Knicks are playing against the Miami Heat in a playoff, no Miami artists. Like or the Jets have a big game against someone from Chicago or whatever, the Bears, whatever. All right, we're not doing Kanye, no nothing.
So
how's that going for you with the
now.
Jets, EJ?
Yeah, well,
okay.
So here's the thing: we get like some of these like radio show rankings.
Yeah.
So we now probably have to take on every show that gets ranked above us in these rankings, right? And now, EJ, you can't listen to any of those shows.
Well,
that's
we're taking all of them on.
Yeah, newsflash. not listen to them anyway.
Bogus. Sorry. What else?
Yes. Real quick, EJ, if you're for fans out there, who are the San Francisco and Kansas City artists? That we should be listening to?
I mean, Kansas City's tough. Well, honestly, Kansas City's tough because they don't really have Kansas City. I don't know any rappers from Kansas City. Missouri has Nelly, so I guess that'd be close. But he's St. Louis. I don't like. He's more associated with the Rams.
Carrington Harrison's going to join us soon. Maybe he can.
We can ask
Don't
him.
you make me go a week without Nelly. If I don't get because I gotta tell you,
I double dog dare you. Try. Kelly's songs are still everywhere. You can't avoid them.
I couldn't find the air conditioner in my room last night, so I actually started singing. It's getting hot.
Now, Bay Area,
Way to go,
easier.
Dad.
You know, no E40, no Too Short. There's plenty of Bay Area artists you can say, all right, we're banning them for a week. So I could see that.
What else, folks?
We've got regular football news. Those Chiefs, those Niners landed in Vegas last night. We assume that most of them are normal and watched movies, not the flight path on the trip there. You may remember that Kliff Kingsbury was moments away from being the Raiders' offensive coordinator. Those talks broke down Saturday. 24 hours later, we were told that Kliff was taking the same job with the Commanders. New Washington head coach Dan Quinn is also bringing Cowboy assistant Joe Witt Jr. with him to be D coordinator. Witt Jr. was Dallas's secondary coach and passing game coordinator. Bill's son, Steve Belichick, expected to be the Washington Huskies' new DC. New Washington head coach Jed Fish is a former Patriot assistant. New England, meanwhile, reportedly wants to hire Ben McAdoo as an assistant head coach. He would also help new OC Alex Van Pelt. MetLife Stadium, not Jerry's World or SoFi, will host the Men's World Cup finale on July 19, 2026. Dallas, though, will host 9 total matches, including a semifinal. That's the most of any city. The U.S. will play its group stage games in L.A. and Seattle. Marcus Smart returned to Boston last night, but was one of 13 Grizzlies unavailable because of injury. The Celtics cruising to a 131-91 win. Al Horford, no matter the circumstances, happy to see his old teammate.
It was special to be able to share those moments with him. I knew that the crowd was going to be very, very grateful and appreciative, and they were they were great. They really showed their appreciation.
The Grizzlies had just 8 players available for this one. Smart played 9 seasons in Boston before an offseason trade that brought Kristaps Porzingis to the Celtics. The Bucks wasted a 19-point lead, losing in Utah 123-108, dropping to 1-3 under Doc Rivers, and Joel Embiid out indefinitely, maybe a long time. Surgery in the coming days for his new left knee injury. The Sixers 4-10 so far when he doesn't play. And at first, the PGA Tour was going to try and play the final round at Pebble Beach today because of rain and wind yesterday, but Mother Nature not cooperating today either, so Wyndham Clark gets a 54-hole win. Guys, back to you.
I mean, does this tournament win, is it a little tainted because they couldn't finish the entire tournament?
I mean, should he get the whole purse? Like, should you get 3 rounds worth of money?
we're gonna prorate it.
Yeah, right. I mean, you didn't
Per
win.
hole.
You didn't win all 4. You didn't win all 4 rounds. You didn't win 72 holes. You didn't win all. I don't know. You should take some of that back.
Wyndham Clark's another guy with a 100 Q rating? Isn't he a great underdog story? Like, now you're trying to take money out of Wyndham Clark?
I'm just saying, he didn't win 4. Last time I checked, you got to win all 72 holes in order to win a tournament.
What about an asterisk?
What about it's Pebble Beach and it doesn't really matter, so we can...
Can I give a personal... So my mother-in-law just emailed me today. She's in San Francisco. There's a Pineapple Express storm that came off Hawaii. It is playing serious, really dangerous havoc with the whole Bay Area. So I think that getting fans in and out was super dangerous.
I got to be honest. I only thought Pineapple Express was the weed strand. The movie was named.
Well, I think the weed strand must have been named after the storm.
Yeah, I know that now.
Well, okay.
I realize that.
Well,
now.
I just wanted to point out the storm was not named after the weed strand, but then again, it is a Bay Area, so who knows?
Bogish, thank you very much. Lots more to do, including the story you have got to hear because we have a farewell on our hands. Did it bring one single tear down the cheek? We'll tell you next. Maggie and Perloff, CBS Sports Radio.
You're in a 5-minute break. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. "45 seconds remaining. "30 seconds remaining. "15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Hey baby, let's go to Vegas. Kisses sang of life goodbye. Hey baby, let's go to Vegas.
Hey, here we are. Mandalay Bay Convention Center, Maggie and Perloff, boots on the ground here in Las Vegas all week long. We've got so many exciting things lined up for this week. Not just guests, but the stuff we're doing off the show for social media, which you'll be able to find. We've got wigs, sunglasses, outfits. Yeah. We've got a lot going on.
It's going to get weird.
Yep.
I'm just worried about gambling in you, Maggie, because listen, you came out really well last time, but you know how gambling works.
I know.
Yeah.
When we were out here for the draft, I walked away with $200.
Yeah.
It was a real windfall for your girl.
Yeah.
Everyone was very impressed that I got it from the table.
You pulled out.
Also a little annoyed.
We're all like, we have 2 more hours left here at the blackjack table, and Maggie's like, nope, I'm walking away with $200.
I felt great. Okay. This is how you know that somebody has really done themselves no favors in terms of the public eye. And that is Bill Belichick, for all of the winning that he has done in this league, in the 6 Super Bowls and 2 more as an assistant with the Giants and all of the accolades he gets. He took out a full-page ad in the Boston Globe, I believe, right? He takes out a full-page ad thanking the fans. You traveled from coast to coast and internationally. Numerous times you overtook opposing stadiums and you were the last fan standing. We loved it. You gave your precious time, resources, and energy to our team. We appreciated it. It goes on and on and on. And there is not one person walking this earth that thinks Belichick wrote this himself, or almost feels like it was a hostage situation where it's like, you better write something or else we're going to throw you into a back of a van and take you out to the Vegas desert.
Bill Belichick's been there, what year, 2000?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember one instance of him connecting with any single Patriots fan over anything.
Well, you saw him at his farewell press conference. He was like, "Yeah, the fans," is when he kind of got choked up a little. And he goes, "Whether it was
choked up." I watched that press conference. There was no choke up.
Well, he paused for a minute. That counts as basically bawling tears.
The one where he was wearing the plaid sport jacket.
Yeah.
No, there wasn't even a hint of emotion.
Go back and read the headlines. That was interpreted as Belichick got choked up talking about the fans. And he said whenever it's been at the grocery store or the gas station, I'm like, yep, those are the 2 places where Bill Belichick probably saw fans. Nowhere else. Just the 2 necessities of life, food and gas.
I have to see, if he did choke up, he was just actually bored of talking and didn't want to give anything. There's no way that he actually...
He was bored of talking.
Yeah.
He took a time out from talking.
There is no emotion on that man. He's a robot, and this stuff to the fans is ridiculous. And I mean, here's the question that is underneath this all. Is his sort of grumbly personality costing him a job?
I think it did. I think it has. And it's a grumbly personality, a reputation of not being easy to get along with, Robert Kraft, and maybe being stuck in your ways. And what I'm curious about for Belichick is, was he so humbled by the fact that this coaching search could not have gone the way that he had planned? And in fact, one of the insiders in New England, Greg Bedard, had said that Belichick was, quote unquote, pissed off that he didn't get a job, and he would not have graciously left the Patriots like he did if he knew he wasn't getting another job. And so does this force him to do a little soul searching?
No. To do soul searching, you need a soul, and you'd be searching for hours on nothing. Don't make Bill Belichick a sympathetic character here. I see what you're doing.
I'm not. I'm shocked that he didn't get a job, even with all of his warts. I'm surprised he didn't get a job. But does he look at this like any good coach would and say, what are the adjustments I need to make? You do it for your game plan. Are you humble enough to do it for yourself if you really want to coach again?
Think of the guys we're talking about. There's a sort of triumvirate to me. Bill Belichick, Nick Saban, Urban Meyer. Are those guys really capable of any significant change? I don't think so.
Because they're stubborn, or because they've done so much winning?
I don't think they're wired like humans.
I will say Saban changed a little bit with his willingness to open up the offense. You know, he did hire Sark. He did hire Lane Kiffin. He did get those. Like, remember before, Saban was like, 3 yards in a cloud of dust.
He's like, quarterback, don't need it.
Right, yeah. And then he started getting some of these better quarterbacks.
I don't know if that's like emotional sensitivity,
I guess,
though.
yeah.
That's sort of. I hear what you're saying. That is very valid.
And Bill hasn't done that. He hasn't made that change.
But this idea last year, Nick Saban, nice guy Nick Saban, right? That was the thing out there. I saw him almost punch his own tight end in a game against like Kentucky this year. He was still as intense, and those guys, I don't think they can change. And I'm very convinced Bill Belichick cannot change.
855-212-4CBS, 855-212-4227. All right, we're asking you about the Kansas City Chiefs, and are they America's team, or are they the villain of the NFL? You're welcome to go and vote on our poll, which was pretty split the last time we checked it out. What do you got for us, CJ?
Yeah, let's go back to it. So, again, are the Chiefs closer to America's team or America's villain? 58% say America's villain. 42% say America's team.
Well, let's go to the Bay Area. Let's check in with Carol. She's up next here on CBS Sports Radio. Good morning, Carol.
Hi. Thank you so much. Actually, this is the second time I've heard you guys. It's the middle, well, not quite the middle of the night out here, but I love your show.
Tell us about it. We're sitting in Vegas at 5:52 in the morning. We're with you.
So you're right there. But, by the way, it's no longer called a Pineapple Express. It's the Atmospheric River, which we've had several episodes.
Yeah.
That's what we've had the last day, but it's been crazy here. But I have so many things that I'm not so sure about how to vote on Kansas City being the villain or not, or the most loved. But I mean, I'm a Niners fan, but I've become a Chiefs and a Eagles fan I've been kind of jumped on the bandwagon with the podcast of Jason and Travis and Taylor and the whole thing, just as it's been a fun story. And before that, Taylor was here this summer and changed our whole economy for the Silicon Valley, which has taken a huge hit the last 2 years with jobs. And when she came to town, she was on the local news, had her like for a week and a half, all the stories about the parents, the kids, what the girls are going to wear at the concert. I mean, I didn't even know that much about her whole situation. So she's obviously a huge influencer. But as far as the booth goes next weekend, and also watching Jason at that game when he jumped out the window, and also watching this podcast, I really think he's got so much character, so much charisma, and whatever that
he does. Carol, you're awesome. Thank you for calling in. We're up against it, as you can hear the music. We've got so much more on this question about the Chiefs. Which way are you falling, villains or America's team? So much to do. Maggie and Perloff.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
She can run the 40 faster than Tom Brady. He got a perfect score on the Wonderlic. They are Maggie and Perloff on CBS Sports Radio.
Are the Chiefs America's team or the villains of the NFL? Welcome to the show, Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. We are live from the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. We've arrived in Las Vegas, and this city will never be the same.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, Vegas has had a lot of famous people come. Frank Sinatra, Elvis Presley, Carrot Top, Celine Dion. The list goes on and on. Maggie and Perloff are definitely making an imprint here.
We're already all over this place, and we've got more fun stuff planned that you are going to know about and you are going to be part of because it's going to be epic. I kid you not, I did not know that you can get a back massage while you are sitting at a blackjack table. They will do anything to keep you in a casino here.
That sounds like a bad idea. I mean,
Why?
Is that a free back massage?
I
because
didn't
you end
ask.
up losing $600 if you relax.
All of a sudden, you're hitting on 20. Like, what day is it?
Yeah. I don't trust anything. I don't trust the drinks. My room, by the way. Can we talk about the rooms for a second?
Yeah, go ahead. What's the matter with your room?
There's no deadbolts.
There's no deadbolt. It's a leap of faith.
Yes, it's sort of an old school room. I'm just assuming I'm being watched at all times.
Oh, no. Don't put that in my head. We've got a lot to talk about in this Super Bowl matchup. And you saw last night, crossover. Taylor Swift wins Album of the Year at the Grammys. She's been a big part of the Chiefs bringing in this new audience where they were already the biggest thing in the NFL. They were already the team that's on the doorstep of a dynasty. They already got so much attention, and now that's just been amped up to a 10 or beyond. And so with that kind of attention and success comes the eventual backlash. We've seen it throughout sports. Steph Curry, LeBron James, all the winning can breed contempt. And so are you somebody who's looking at the Chiefs saying, they're more like the villains? I'm sick of it. Too much Chiefs, too much celebrating, too much winning. Or are you someone who looks at it and says, that's America's team right now. This is the dominant team of our current era, and I love them. I love seeing the greatness.
So you're right. There's always backlash against dynasties in the NFL, but there was reason. You always had a reason. The 90s Cowboys were basically full-on criminals off the field.
Oh, boy.
And the fact that hundreds of them were prosecuted. I mean, look at that offensive line alone. I mean, all the arrests and all the stuff that was going on. Now I'm an Eagles fan, so I hated them, but I kind of loved all the antics. That was really fun. They're famous. The book, what was Jeff Pearlman's book called? The Boys Will Have Fun or something. It was insane. Then the Patriots cheated, so that dynasty was unlikable. What is
Golden State, when Kevin Durant joined, it felt like, him coming to a 73-win team. That got backlash. LeBron, how he left Cleveland with the decision, that got backlash.
Well,
everyone gets backlash eventually.
Well, I mean, just sticking to the NFL.
Yeah.
But there's nothing to grab onto for the Chiefs. So why are we grabbing on? Because a guy's dating Taylor Swift, that's a reason not to like them. There's no hard thing to say this is unlikable. There's not a single thing.
But that's sort of simplifying this, where you're not taking into account the visceral reaction that people have had now with Taylor coming to 12 different games where they're celebrating in that suite like they've never seen the Chiefs before. And you know what? She probably hasn't seen the Chiefs before. So she's celebrating like this is the rise, and the rest of us are looking at it like the AFC Championship game is your baseline. To be celebrating every touchdown and to be going nuts over a regular season game or even the wild card game or whatever, cool for you, but the rest of us have all been there, done that, and seen this with the Chiefs before. There's got to be some kind of winning with grace.
Well, here's the thing. Go to a football game now, there's so much music pumped in the stadium. Everybody's dancing and celebrating the entire game. Bradley Cooper is probably at Eagles games celebrating the whole time. They just don't show him all the time.
Well, they show him quite a bit.
They actually, as they should. But
Never sitting with the fans, by the way. That guy only in a suite. And I don't know if it's because he needs security. Maybe.
I would have. You think in Philadelphia, Bradley Cooper? I don't think he could do that. But here's the thing: they just keep showing her, so it's on the TV. It's not her. Everybody's celebrating. All the celebrities celebrate. But you have to. Somebody scores a touchdown, you have to hug and high five the person next to you. You have no choice.
Perloff.
It's federally mandated.
Please tell me you've seen the difference about how that box and suite are reacting versus.
That's how the crowd reacts. They're exactly like every single person in that crowd
going crazy.
Who roots for the Chiefs, right? I mean, at a Buffalo game, if the Bills score, what's the average fan do?
Sing, shout,
and high fives and hugs and dances.
Light yourself on fire.
Light yourself
fall
on fire.
through a table.
She just happens to be getting caught up into that. So I don't think that's on her. She should be. What if she did react like that? What if she was just like, oh, okay, fist bump. That's it? That'd be ridiculous.
Well, there's another part of this where, and again, we're talking about whether the Chiefs are the villains of the NFL or whether they're America's team. I think there's another part about this, which is it feels like the NFL wants this so bad. They want the extra eyeballs. And why wouldn't they? They're a business. Of course they want it. But people already have a skeptical eye towards the NFL for a lot of reasons. We love the league, but we kind of, we're critical of the NFL for a lot of things. The idea about the script, we know it's not true. We know that the NFL is not throwing games for one team or another team, but it feels like they want this so bad, and it's happening. They're giving Taylor free airtime to run her commercials for her tour or her movie or whatever it was. The fact that the NFL wants it so bad, I think naturally some fans will be like, all right, I don't want to see the fairy tale ending here, that the NFL gets everything they want.
Well, if the NFL was writing the script, first of all, the biggest market in the country, New York, has the two worst teams over the last decade. So obviously they're not writing that script, right? And would they have the Dallas Cowboys in the Super Bowl and not the San Francisco 49ers?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think the script is real, but they're onto something now, and it feels like they just want it. It's like they were willing, not that they're calling the game differently, but they just want this. They wanted Taylor coming from Asia, seeing, is she going to land in time? Of course she is. But this whole storyline.
I hear you, and that is unlikable, I will admit. But it's not like people weren't going to watch this game if Taylor Swift's not there. I think the rating will be okay. Considering
for the Super Bowl, yeah.
Generally
people tune in.
So Taylor Swift set the record for the AFC title game, right? That was a big deal. The biggest, most 55 million. The NFC beat it with the Lions and the Niners, who aren't even, one of the top 3 or 4 most popular teams. So I think that NFL is doing fine with or without Taylor.
You can go vote on our poll at Maggie and Pearl. Are the NFL is the Chiefs the villain of the NFL, or are they America's team? Now, there's another part of this where I'm disagreeing with you and EJ big time, which is, not to put words in your mouth, you see the Chiefs as the headliner of the Super Bowl, and the San Francisco 49ers are the other team. I don't see it that way.
Oh my gosh. I mean, we're talking about, is Patrick Mahomes a villain or not? Is Taylor Swift overall? The Taylor Swift has really put it over the top. Regardless of where you put the teams, I mean, maybe it's because the Grammys was last night. She is going to be the story of the Super Bowl. There's so many new eyes that are going to come onto this game. So that alone. But even so, they're the established dynasty. So don't they have to be, by definition, the team that has 2 rings is a bigger team than the team that has no rings?
Okay, but what's the one thing that we love in sports more than anything else, even more than winners? We love underdogs.
Yeah, but
love underdogs. And
how
Brock
are the
Purdy is that guy.
The Niners are not an underdog, though, because they were already in a Super Bowl. They've been deep into the playoffs every year, and they're a 2-point favorite. So they're not Villanova.
No, I get it. But this has been some of the most heated debates that we've had on the show over the last couple of weeks has been what is the what's the status of Brock Purdy? Where does he fall on the quarterback spectrum? Is he elite? Is he a second-tier guy? Is he just lucky to be here and kind of, sort of hanging on? We know, the playoff run, he's had to be showcased a lot more in these second-half comebacks. But he's also caused a lot of the, he's had bad first halves that have put the 49ers in holes. The Brock Purdy thing is the one of the biggest things we have right now in sports.
It's just so odd. I don't see him getting that Kurt Warner underdog story treatment. Maybe it's his star in college. Maybe it's all the talent around him. Maybe it's the way he acts. And I don't think he sort of acts like an underdog. He looks like a very confident young man.
Yeah.
He just doesn't carry himself like an underdog. I don't see it. I'm not getting any of that vibe.
855-212-4CBS, 855-212-4227. You are welcome to weigh in on this. Is Austin still in Oregon? Austin, how are you, dude?
I'm good. How are you guys today?
We're doing great. What do you think? Are the Chiefs more villain or more America's team?
As a born and bred Raiders fan, I have to say villain.
I get it.
That's just me, but hey, I will say Patrick Mahomes is a nice guy, and I have no reason to not like him. Other than he's just a quarterback of a team that's division rival.
Yeah, I mean, none of this is personal. Maybe it sounds like it is when we're saying they're celebrating too much, but we love Mahomes.
I wanted to tell EJ, great rap groups out of Kansas City, Tech Nine, Seth's Crew, Cut Calhoun. The whole Strange Music lineup is amazing. I think you'd love it.
You know what? Tech Nine, and I had someone in the chat, thank you. Someone in the chat, on the Twitch chat, also said, how did you forget Tech Nine? That's a bad one. Tech Nine, he's like an underground legend. He actually has a song with The Rock. The Rock featured.
Is it any good?
Oh, well, it's kind of become like a internet meme now because it's like, it's The Rock. He's a little corny. But Tech Nine
I dare you to say that to his face.
Definitely not. But no, like he has a song with The Rock. Like he has a great producer, Seven, who was his producer. He's definitely the biggest probably rapper out of Kansas City. But yeah, slipped my mind.
Hey,
sure.
Speaking of which, big news last night coming out of the Grammys, not Taylor Swift, was a rapper by the name of Killer Mike, who's very famous out of Atlanta, won multiple Grammys?
Yeah, 3.
Won 3 Grammys last night and then got arrested at the show.
Yeah.
It's an all-time award show moment. He might have gotten into it with a security guard or something.
Honestly, I mean, it's iconic. I think this is going to actually work out well for him. To me, if I was him, the picture of him being pulled out in handcuffs, that would be the album cover of the next album for me.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, who does that? Who wins Grammys and then gets thrown out and arrested at the show? I mean, for certain other jobs, maybe we bad, but I think for what he does, I think it actually will help him.
For other lines of work, yes, getting arrested at the award show is probably not great.
The other thing that was surprising about it too is, Killer Mike has been around for a long time. He's in his late 40s. Like, this is something you would expect from, like a Jack Harlow, someone who's 20 years old, wants to make a name for himself.
But that's what I say,
EJ.
Yeah, Killer Mike does not need this. He doesn't need to make a name for himself.
I mean, I think he could. I mean, he's not like, I wouldn't call him mainstream when it comes to rap. Like, he is kind of like, he's become more mainstream because of the Run the Jewels run. But like, I wouldn't call him like, he's not like Jay-Z or like Snoop or anything. So like, he's a little bit of like, if rap fans would know him, not everybody would know him.
We use Run the Jewels as one of our rejoin music. So it got us thinking about like the biggest moments from award shows throughout history. I'm not going to be recency bias here. I don't think anything's going to ever top Will Smith slapping Chris Rock in the face. It's like the Brady GOAT argument. It's like Brady and then a big space and then the next contender.
As crazy as that was, and we've been talking about her this entire show, I think Kanye and Taylor may still be ahead of it for me. at the VMAs.
At the MTV Video Music Awards, he comes up and says this award should go to Beyonce.
Yeah, which I mean, to me, in some ways, it was like Taylor Swift's origin story.
Yeah,
like yes, she was a big star, but that was her first VMAs, I believe.
I know, but Kanye didn't slap her in the face. I mean, the physical part of it has to put Will Smith, Chris Rock, #1 going away.
Wait, is that the one where he was standing next to Mike Myers?
No. That's when he said something about George Bush. That was that was a PSA. They were.
That was a commercial
they were doing.
That was about Hurricane Katrina. Yeah, that was.
Yes, it was about Hurricane Katrina.
Mike Myers. Yeah, okay. You guys are too young. Do you remember Jack Palance doing one-arm push-ups at the Oscars?
No.
It's like the most, before the slap, it was one of the most famous. He was like a 90-year-old actor who got up there and did push-ups.
What did he win for?
Supporting actor for City Slickers.
Oh, City Slickers, such a great movie.
Yeah.
I mean, we were talking about, Perloff, you mentioned earlier, some of the gaffes we had, the big one being the Moonlight La La.
That one's pretty famous.
That's, I mean, I think you kind of have a top 3 there.
I know. Who's jockeying for the 4th most ridiculous moment?
I think Killer Mike is trying to get in that Mount Rushmore.
Guy wins 3 Grammys, gets arrested at the show.
It would have to be actually on camera on stage or to pull him out of the crowd. But I still am not really reading what he did.
I know. Now I'm really running through the list. The other thing would be the Britney Spears Madonna makeout.
That got a lot of attention.
That was huge.
So staged, though.
Staged, but
no one thought that Will Smith was going to do that.
No.
In your wildest dreams.
Chris Rock sure didn't see it coming.
No, and he's the one who probably should have, considering Will Smith was walking up there with determination. Poll results. Can we update them? Which is, are the Chiefs America's team or are they the villains of the NFL? What do we got?
Right. So right now, poll still sitting pretty much where we were before. So 58% say the Chiefs are America's villain, while you have 42% saying America's team.
Yeah.
Wow.
Holding strong here.
I'm telling you, this is the backlash to the winning. We are seeing it now.
There was something else, Rich called earlier, and I wanted to make a point about what he said because I thought it was interesting about the bandwagon.
Yeah.
Because not so, yes, there are some bandwagon Chiefs fans that, are jumping the bandwagon, people who didn't root for the Chiefs before. But I think those other celebrities also give them a feeling of bandwagon, not even just Taylor. Like when I watch that Bills game, and I'm seeing Gerard Carmichael, and I'm seeing Cara Delevingne, 2 people who for a fact have never rooted for the Chiefs until that game.
Have they ever been to a football game?
They might not have been to a football game, and you see them cheering as if this is their ride or die team that's going to the Super Bowl,
or it's their moment,
or that it's their moment.
Yeah,
that also felt cheap to me. As someone who dislikes the Chiefs right now, I was like, oh, look at these guys. Like, of course, you just jump on the bandwagon of the best team that now Taylor Swift has jumped on the bandwagon with. Like, I think that's a part of it. I think some of those other celebrities that are
they want the glow.
Joining. I mean, Blake Lively earlier was there at the game, the Jet game. Like,
again, you guys are picking nothing but the most likable people.
Cara Delevingne is not the one.
I don't know. I don't know much about Cara Delevingne, but Gerard Carmichael's
awesome.
He's 100% approval.
Also, celebrities being phony. Wow. How dare they?
By the way, I got another Oscar moment. The worst one, and you guys are going to cringe, the Ellen DeGeneres selfie.
Oh.
I literally, we both.
Yeah.
My shoulders just went up.
That's almost worse than the Will Smith slap. That is just, remember that was such a thing?
That was bad.
It was rough. Anyway,
your boy Bradley was
Bradley Cooper was
he's the architect of that. Basically,
I went to the Twitter headquarters in San Francisco. They have a mural of that selfie because it became their first viral tweet in the early 2010s.
Oh gosh, 855-212-4CBS, 855-212-4227. Okay, we get the thoughts of Carrington Harrison, who is in Kansas City, does a weekly interview with Patrick Mahomes. His thoughts on the Chiefs now being the villain of the NFL, and also some news around the Chiefs as well. We'll do that next. Maggie and Perloff. Hey, by the way, we want to say good morning to our CBS Sports Radio affiliates across the country. All we do is think about you and how we can make the show better for you. We want to tell you can download the free Odyssey app, and you can listen to us, and it's crystal clear, and it's absolutely free. Sirius XM channel 158. If you want to watch the show here on Radio Row at the Mandalay Bay Convention Center, youtube.com/CBS Sports Radio, twitch.tv/CBS Sports Radio. So many ways to get the show. And also, our social handles this week are going to be particularly busy because we've got plans for Vegas. costumes.
Yeah, that sounds ominous, and I like it.
We're robbing a casino, guys. We're going to do it all on Instagram Live. 855-212-4CBS, 855-212-4227. Are the Chiefs America's team or America's villain? We're back with more in moments.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. 15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
In Vegas, starting to feel Super Bowl. But Maggie, we have a lot of logistical questions here. We do our picks at the end of the week.
Yep.
Right now, it's a 2-point spread. Niners are favored, but I think there's a lot to be determined on that front.
Yeah, and for that, we go to Boots on the Ground. That's our pal, Carrington Harrison. He's the host of The Drive, 610 Sports Radio in Kansas City, does weekly interviews with Patrick Mahomes, knows this team inside and out. Carrington, thanks for waking up early for us. How you doing?
Hey, absolutely. I'm happy to be on with you guys today.
Okay, so our poll question today and the conversation we've been having a lot is, are the Chiefs closer to America's team or the villain of the NFL? I know you're close to the team in the city, but what's your thought on this, and have you seen a sort of change in how people view the Chiefs over the last few years?
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a change in how people view the Chiefs. And you got to think, when they started this journey for the first AFC Championship game, they played the New England Patriots. So they were the team that everybody wanted to win. Patrick Mahomes had never been to a Super Bowl. Tom Brady had been to 8 at that point. So everybody wanted to see Kansas City win. I mean, fast forward now, people wanted to see Josh Allen get to his first. They want to see Lamar Jackson get to his first. I don't think Kansas City is America's team at all. The same way that people got tired of seeing Golden State and Cleveland go to the NBA Finals, or Alabama keep going to the college football playoff, or Duke in the Final Four. That's where the Chiefs are. This is where you want to be. The Chiefs are not some plucky underdog anymore. They're the best team in the NFL.
Carrington, what about when Patrick Mahomes complained after the loss to the Bills? He seemed not gracious in that moment. Are there any chinks in the armor as far as Patrick Mahomes and things that people don't like about him?
I mean, I don't think so. I mean, I just think this is just a product of highly competitive people. I mean, we've certainly seen Brady's tirades on the sideline. I mean, we watched a whole 10-hour documentary during quarantine about how Michael Jordan wasn't always the nicest individual. I just think when you have alpha males and hyper-competitive people, sometimes that competitiveness comes out. And I'd rather have to turn a guy down than have to turn a guy up. And we all watch sports and we complain about how these athletes don't care enough about the results of the game. That's obviously not a problem with Patrick Mahomes.
Carrington Harrison joining us, 610 Sports Radio, The Drive in Kansas City. The criticism, Carrington, of all the celebrities, now led by Taylor, of course, and her relationship with Travis. I promise we'll get to the game in a minute. But all the celebrities who have now flocked to Kansas City because of this high-profile relationship, it turning people off by how big they're celebrating. Do you think that's fair, or is that sour grapes?
Why do people care about this? They showed Taylor Swift on the television. They added it up. The New York Times added it up. They showed her on the television over the 3 postseason games 17 times for 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Now, I'm not a Swiftie by any means, but Taylor Swift is not bothering anybody. She sits in the booth. She sits there with her friends. Every time they cut to her, it looks like they're having an amazing time, drinking, they're laughing. People have their shirts off. They're having a good time. I just don't care enough about this. We see 4 minutes or 4 hours of football, and they show random people sitting there all the time. We watched that Dolphins game, and it was negative 101 degrees outside, and people have their shirts off and doing all kind of nonsense. This is just ridiculous. That girl is up there having a good time. She's supporting her man. Good for them.
Wow, you've convinced me. All right, let me turn to the actual game for a second here. Kadarius Toney has obviously been one of the headlines for the Kansas City Chiefs. What do you expect to happen? Do you think he'll be on the field on Sunday, and will he play a significant role?
Kadarius Toney had less than 200 yards from scrimmage this year for the Kansas City Chiefs, and the fact that we are talking about him at all is just kind of ridiculous because he's not a major contributor to the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, this team has got here because Isaiah Pacheco has turned into a very productive running back. Rashee Rice was one of, if not the best rookie wide receiver this year in the National Football League, and Travis Kelce is one of the greatest pass catchers in the league. This team, to me, really started to turn the corner once Kadarius Toney and Sky Moore both got injured, and they really started to pare down the offense. That this wide receiver room is not good enough, and you guys saw where they need to be 6-7 deep, and that's what they were trying to do for 2/3 of the season. So when they really started to pare it down, and you started to see the injuries pile up for this team is when they really started to turn the corner offensively. So, I mean, I guess maybe on a personal level, I hope that we don't see Kadarius Toney because I think he is a negative for the Chiefs, and I think it enhances their chances of winning the Super Bowl.
Carrington Harrison joining us from 610 Sports Radio, his show called The Drive in Kansas City. Okay, can you separate a little fact from fiction for us, Carrington, about the Chiefs' defense? It's been great. It's been leading the way. They got out to a lead against the Ravens. They were able to sit on that lead because the defense and the game plan was so good. But the Chiefs' run defense, that has been a little bit different. The metrics on them, not as great through the season. What do you make of the Chiefs' run defense? Is that a place where San Francisco, they want to run the football? Can they take advantage?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's how San Francisco is going to have to take advantage of Kansas City's defense. I actually think that their defense was probably the most consistent unit in the NFL this year. So if we took all 64, so Jets offense, Jet defense, Kansas City offense, et cetera, if we did that, I think Kansas City's defense was actually the most consistent unit in the NFL. But we have seen that you can run the ball against them so much. That's what made the AFC Championship game so confusing because Baltimore, they called 3 design runs in the second half of the game. Like, I thought Baltimore got away from who they were and didn't utilize their formula to win and tried to get into a shootout with Kansas City with Lamar Jackson, which obviously did not work. If San Francisco is going to win this game, and I give them a lot of credit for how they handled the NFC Championship game, even though they got down big, Christian McCaffrey still got 24 touches in the game. So if San Francisco is going to win, obviously Christian McCaffrey is going to have to, is going to have to be a big part of what they're doing.
Going back to that Baltimore-Kansas City game, Mahomes did not have a lot of yards in the second half. In fact, the Chiefs' offense didn't do much. Is that just game management where they knew they had a double-digit lead and were being conservative? Or was that something to worry about a little bit, that they really had no success with anything in the second half?
I mean, I do think it's something to worry about. I actually don't think that Kansas City is much different than they were in the regular season. I know they've won these 3 straight games and got to the Super Bowl, but I don't really notice that much of a difference. I think what happened in the AFC Championship game is what had kind of defined the Chiefs' offense all year. Baltimore finally did. Kansas City didn't drop a pass the first game this season in which that didn't happen. Kansas City won the turnover differential 3-0. You're obviously going to win a lot of games if you do that. Baltimore had 95 penalty yards. Kansas City had 30. So I thought that Baltimore kind of shot themselves in the foot while Kansas City stayed consistent offensively for really the first time. But, I mean, Kansas City's offense is not good in the red zone, so they really struggle in those scenarios. And even though I think they've sort of refined their formula, this offense still isn't explosive at all. I mean, I've said this on my show for the first week leading into it. I understand why San Francisco is favored. Like, I understand how if you put it into a computer and you type everything up, how you come to a conclusion that San Francisco is a 1.5, 2-point favorite. I just think, at least for me in this game, I'm going to take the team with the better head coach. I'm going to take the team with the better quarterback, and I'm going to take the team with the more consistent defense. And that's why I have Kansas City winning this game.
Carrington, last one for me on this one. Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator, gets a lot of praise for, dialing up these game plans. Did it to Tom Brady twice when he was with the Giants. Made Lamar to, took the Ravens totally out of what they wanted to do, or maybe the Ravens took themselves out of it, however you want to look at it. Do the Chiefs and do you think Spagnuolo, do they look at Brock Purdy as one of the strengths of the 49ers or one of the weaknesses that they can try to expose?
I think Brock Purdy, the conversation to me feels very Tim Tebow-ish, where you guys remember whenever Tebow would do well, he was the greatest quarterback we had ever seen. When Tim Tebow struggled, he was the absolute worst quarterback, and that was just every single week. But I think Brock Purdy, to me, deserves a measure of respect that he hasn't gotten so far. Like, if you just look at the raw numbers, compare him to Trevor Lawrence. He had a higher completion percentage. He threw for more yards. He threw for more touchdowns and had fewer interceptions and had a 2-yard better yards per attempt. Nobody ever talks about Trevor Lawrence like he's a game manager quarterback. Yet we do this every week with Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy is a great distributor of the football. I think of him like a pass-first point guard. But obviously, that team has a lot of talent. They have the best offensive lineman in the league with Trent Williams. They have Christian McCaffrey, who, in my opinion, should have won MVP this year. They maybe have the best 1-2 wide receiver punch in the National Football League. Like, they have a lot of weapons. Utilizing them is not a negative towards Purdy, and I don't know why we've made it that way.
All right, last question. Carrington, what's the confidence level in KC right now?
I'd put it at an 8. I mean, I just –
Whoa.
San Francisco –
out of 10.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I'd put it at a 10. I mean, this is why. Kansas City, at least Patrick Mahomes, he has been an underdog in 12 games in his NFL career. The Chiefs have won 9 of those games. And they won 9 of those games straight up, 10 against the spread. So just from a simple, just logical standpoint, do you want me to pick the side that has won 3 times or the side that has won 9 times? And I just feel more comfortable picking. I don't know what it is, but Patrick Mahomes is just a different human being. Like, we are watching Tiger Woods. We are watching Lionel Messi. We are watching Michael Jordan. Like, we are watching one of those athletes, and you're telling me that Brock Purdy is going to win in the Super Bowl over that individual? I just can't pick it. Maybe it happens. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if San Francisco wins the game. But if you're asking me my confidence level going into it, the moment I saw the line and saw that San Francisco was a 2.5-point favorite, I ran to the phone so I could bet Kansas City and get points. You're telling me I can get Kansas City and as an underdog and I get points? Yeah, that was a no-brainer for me.
What's interesting is I think we all did the same thing, and yet the line hasn't moved, and the money's coming in on Kansas City, and the line's not moving, which is weird. Carrington, thank you so much for the time. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Good luck to your Chiefs.
Good luck, bud.
Absolutely. I appreciate you guys having me on this morning. Thanks so much.
Appreciate you. Andrew Bogusch is standing by with headlines. Good morning, Bogues.
Guys, good morning again. Since Zach Ertz isn't available, the Chiefs and Niners have to look elsewhere to sign a free agent and
That's a
make
callback.
Pete and EJ irrationally angry. Do either of them need a running back before Sunday? Because Le'Veon Bell wants back in the NFL. The running back turned boxer, actually targeting next season, says he'll start training in March and depending on how he feels, make the final call on the comeback. And Bell says he only wants to play for one team, which we all assume is the Steelers. Someone should tell him, though, how poorly active older running backs are treated in the NFL. I don't think coming back from like a 3-year hiatus is the play here for Le'Veon Bell.
The sad state of running backs not getting paid. Le'Veon actually has to pay the Steelers if he wants to be on the team. That's how crazy that's how depressed the market is.
EJ, pyramid scheme for running backs. You can pay your way into the NFL.
EJ, you're a Jets fan. I assume you have a Bell jersey. He's one of your favorite all-time Jets.
Oh my God, he might be my least favorite all-time.
I knew that.
Yeah, no. I mean, that's not. It's like that's one of those things where you knew it was going to go bad as soon as it happened. It's just like there's no way this works out.
Who pays running backs in free agency?
Only the Jets, apparently.
Yeah. Dalvin Cook, not much different.
Exactly.
Kliff Kingsbury has another NFL job, not Raiders OC, but Commanders OC. Talks broke down with Vegas, picked up with Washington over a 24-hour span this weekend. New Washington head coach Dan Quinn's also bringing Joe Witt Jr. with him from Dallas to be defensive coordinator. And back in Dallas, the Cowboys, of course, need to replace Quinn. They're expected to interview former Vikings head coach Mike Zimmer for their DC job. And The Athletic says Steve Belichick will be Washington's new defensive coordinator. New Huskies head coach Jed Fish, a former Patriot assistant. Steve was on his dad's staff for the last 12 seasons. Joel Embiid needs surgery for his latest left knee injury. He'll be out an extended period of time. We'll know better after the procedure. The Sixers 4-10 without him so far this season.
I was thinking about something with Embiid yesterday when I heard this news about surgery. Is he going to become one of the great what-ifs in NBA history?
Yes.
Like, because this is a guy, I mean, he's averaging 35 points a game. I mean, I don't think we really understand the historical context of where he ranks among centers just with the production. But it's always an injury around the second half of the season or the playoffs that seems to always derail him. So much of the pressure has been, well, can he get over the hump? Will he ever even get a chance?
Wait. To be fair, though, he could come back before the season ends, and he'll probably be in such great shape that he'll win the finals this year.
Yeah, right.
Moving on.
Just kidding.
I was like, wait, what?
No, I mean, listen, Sixers fans know that Embiid will always get hurt in the playoffs. It's just, it is a what if, but there's sort of this dreaded fait accompli in Philly about like people do not expect him to win a title.
But hold on, are we sure? And I know he's a big man and he's been injured, so there's maybe a different timeline for how long he can play. But are we sure that could there ever be a time where he's not the number one option, where he's a second option? I mean, Maxey is not close yet, but is it possible that all is not lost for him? Like, does he have to be the 1A for this to count?
Well, maybe he does like a Shaq in Miami where he goes to a young guy who's
maybe
ascending.
Maxey's the D Wade to that.
Maybe Maxey becomes that guy. Maxey's had some big games this year. But just, I mean, looking at like Embiid's career numbers.
Yeah.
27 points a game, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, almost 2 blocks. That's his career averages, not for one season. Like, we rank the top centers of all time. we don't even talk about Joel Embiid. Part of this, I think, is the injury stuff because
And
we
the
haven't
playoff
seen him.
success.
But a lot of the playoff stuff has been because of injuries too. I mean, I know we say we don't make excuses, but he's been injured almost every playoff run.
Wait, is this weird to do with Spike sitting right here? Yeah. Spike sitting right here, and the host of the Rights to Ricky Sanchez podcast has been talking about Joel Embiid your whole life. Yeah. Even before you knew Joel Embiid, you were talking about Joel Embiid. That's how good that podcast is. We'll have to. We'll hit you up later on the Embiid stuff. We'll get you later. Sounds good. Bogish, back to you.
I could speak for Spike. Spike does not expect Joel Embiid to win a title in Philadelphia.
I think that Spike is openly warring with the 76ers about the injury designation for Joel Embiid. Get him, Spike. Get him. What else you got, Bog?
Bradley Beal made his return to Washington yesterday afternoon and scored a season-high 43 in the Suns' 140-112 victory.
It was just good to be able to just get in a good flow and good rhythm, and what better place to do it than your old home. So I was just fortunate, man. My teammates were encouraging, uplifting, and they really wanted to get the win for me too.
Beal played all 11 seasons with the Wizards until an off-season trade. Nikola
This is like a tree fall. Like, if you made no impact on the team, does anyone care when you come back? No offense to Beal. How did he win? 2 playoff series there?
Scored
with
a lot
John
of points.
Wall? Okay.
I would say this.
Got paid a lot, and then basically the ink wasn't even dry on the contract, and they're like, yeah, we're going to need to trade you.
I know the Wizards lose almost every game, but if I was a Wizards fan, how tight I would be if this guy who's basically not played all season saves his best game for that game.
Yes, for a team that's probably going to be picking number 1 in the draft, in the maybe worst draft we've had in 10 years.
That's a purely hypothetical, though. You ever met a Wizards fan? Do they exist?
I mean, that is true.
Nikola Jokic had 29. His Nuggets topped the Blazers 112-103. Anthony Edwards scored 32 in Minnesota's 111-90 home win over the Rockets. And the Thunder erased a 23-point third-quarter hole, finally winning in double OT, 135-127 over the Raptors. Chet Holmgren had 22 with 5 rebounds and 4 assists. Women's college hoop.
Big fist pump, by the way.
Fist pump by Perloff.
I need Chet Holmgren to win Rookie of the Year, so I don't have to drive to San Antonio because Wemby's looking good.
I mean, he is your only hope at this point. He's your Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah.
You're our only hope, Chet Holmgren.
I'm already listing topics that Perloff and Bogish can, icebreakers.
Can you stop taunting me? I'm not allowed to go on this trip. He has said more than once that we are not close enough. We're not friends. He doesn't want me.
But
we are friends. I just don't want you to go on this road trip.
No, but Perloff,
if you could be a dog or a cat, what would you be? This is like mile 500.
But Perloff, should he even have a say in whether or not Bogish should go? I mean, he would have lost the bet. I feel like if he loses the bet, we should be able to say, look, Bogish is going with you. This is
Bogish is riding shotgun in your Honda. This is what's happening.
You're not coming, Bogus.
I'm not. It's fine. Women's college hoops, number 15, USC, a 79-69 win at Cal yesterday. Just 29 points from freshman star Juju Watkins. She did have 51 in Friday night's win at Stanford. That's 80 points over 2 games in 1 weekend. Now, on Friday against the Cardinal, the Trojans scored just 67 total points. So Watkins 51, 76% of the team total, the highest percentage in the last 25 years.
A double team, something? What happened in that game? Stanford's one of the best teams. They didn't figure out how that one person was killing them all night? What happened here?
I don't know. I mean, their coach has won more games than anyone in Division I college hoops, so I think that she would have an understanding of trying to send a double team.
Yeah, I mean, you have how many All-Americans are in Stanford? This is one of the craziest games. It's like the Wilt game. Like, dude, cover Wilt.
This time we actually have footage of this, so we know what happened.
Yeah. Oh, you're saying it's real?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's the conspiracy that Wilt's 100 game never happened. We have no footage of that game.
Do you know how many people would have to be in on that? It would have never leaked out.
Not a lot of people were at this. I've seen a lot of documentaries.
Hershey, Pennsylvania.
A lot of people weren't at the game.
No, but I thought we have like some kid taped the radio broadcast. I think that's the one piece of proof that we have. Well, and the picture, obviously, which would have been a big, deep fake to hold up a picture with 100 on it after the game for something that didn't actually happen.
I'm going to be honest. The one thing I'm most skeptical about when it comes to old-time sports are the box scores from, like, 1908. Like, come on.
Like baseball.
Yeah, in baseball.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're telling me that Lefty Williams really went 5 for 5 that day? It's like, could anyone even see through the cigarette smoke? Could they even see the field? I don't know. I'm a little dubious.
We have no idea what the baseball was made of. Who
Yeah,
knows?
also, it's their word versus nobody. I mean, who else was there to be like, actually, he went 3 for 5?
Maggie, you believe nothing. Your
No.
trust issues are deep.
Oh, yeah.
Why do you think I
Bogus.
went into journalism?
You have no idea, Bogus. I have known Maggie a long time, and she's the deep cynicism that runs through her is remarkable.
Nothing is
She's a
real.
very nice
Nothing is
person.
honest. Nothing actually happened. It's all a scam, a lie, a Ponzi scheme.
Is it not? I mean, it's funny because when you meet me, I think I have a rather sunny disposition.
No, not really. But
Oh, really?
you said that there was
I
some.
would say yes. Hence my problem is processing all of this.
Yeah. There
I'm
was a
an enigma.
quote. Somebody was talking on the Niners about where Shanahan wanted to draft Purdy. You should have seen the eyebrow raise Maggie gave.
Yeah.
Anything anyone says about a quarterback they were going to draft, Maggie's like, that's a lie.
Yeah, Kyle
That's a lie.
Shanahan. We had a 4th-round grade on him. I'm sure you did. Now, after the fact.
She didn't believe anything. Bogus. You're
Convenient.
dead right.
Yeah. Why was Tom Brady there if you guys love Purdy so much?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna leave now and go process my feelings. You guys enjoy your morning.
Oh, bogus. No.
Bogus.
No, it's
Come on.
it's heartbreaking.
Why do we?
I know. Well, I don't believe in love. I think celebrities are all phonies, and I don't believe box scores from 1906.
I also think he's taught bad about the road trip too. I think.
Well, that's on
I'll
you,
tell you
Perloff.
what. Let's go to Jersey. We'll go to
the World Cup Final.
We'll go to Atlantic City.
You have to wait till 2026.
Honestly,
drive is shorter?
Yeah, but I say it's same amount of time to get there to get to San Antonio.
To San Antonio. Just get out of the parking lot. Bogus, thank you so much.
Whatever. You don't mean that.
The Chiefs, America's team, or villains of the NFL. We'll get you that in a moment. Maggie and Perloff, CBS Sports Radio.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Carlos hitting us off with Vegas-themed songs today because we're at the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. We're here in Vegas. We're doing shows here all week long. And we can already tell this is going to be a Super Bowl unlike any other when it comes to how weird and wild it's going to be.
Yeah, no, it's going to be really interesting. There's going to be a lot of like roll the dice cliches. And things
none
like
of those.
that.
I mean, just weird. It's a weird scene here, especially when you're keeping the type of hours that we are.
Usually Super Bowl week overwhelms the city, and I'm curious how you balance Vegas and all these people here for the Super Bowl. Because they had Formula One, which is like a Super Bowl in October. I think that I agree, it's going to be totally different. But eventually, all Super Bowls sort of become the same. Are they going to be able to distinguish themselves from L.A., New Orleans, Miami?
Well,
I don't know.
There's also a medical diagnostics convention that's going on, and I know that because the guy who sat next to me on the plane was trying to pump me for Super Bowl tickets. Dude, this is like 26A and B, and I'm definitely not getting a Super Bowl ticket.
You were made of money?
Yeah, I'm not Roger Goodell. Let's go to the phones. Carla is in Idaho. Has got a thought on the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce relationship and the shadow it's putting over the Super Bowl. I kid. Carla, how are you?
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Fantastic. What's on your mind, Carla?
Well, I hope you're liking it out in our neck of the woods.
This is dynamite. I mean, Perloff and I are fully expected to spend a night in a Las Vegas jail. So we're going to really leave our mark on the city.
Well, you at least have warmer weather than we do. But, yeah, we happen to have been out in Kansas City the week before Taylor Swift was having her concert out there. And so it was really cute, I have to tell you, because, people who are famous are just human beings like you and me, and they have, hearts and minds and everything, just like us. And Travis Kelce was on their local news with his wrist full of Taylor Swift bracelets that he had, hoping that he would get to meet her. And I will tell you, that was cute. It was really,
Carla,
really cute. So
you're right, but Carly, you're right and fantastic. Thank you so much for the phone call and for weighing in. We know now that when he said that on the podcast, at least the Kelsey brother New Heights podcast, when he said, "Yeah, I gave her my number, blah blah," I tried to give her my bracelet. They had already made contact at that point.
Oh,
That was
Maggie,
just a story he was telling
would
us.
you
We
just
already knew. He's coming out now and saying, yes, we had already been talking.
Can you just believe in love? And by the way, what Carla said,
What, is Santa Claus next?
that celebrities are normal people. There's nothing. Taylor Swift and I are not the same. There's nothing.
Really?
No,
you and
no.
Tay-Tay?
And even Travis Kelce and I are not the same. Travis Kelce would have copied my math homework and stuck me in a locker back in the day.
No, he's such a good guy. Pal Nick in Texas is on the line. Nick, how you been, dude?
Good morning, my friends. Shout out coffee drinkers and weedos. How are we doing this morning?
Oh, Nick, so good to hear from you, pal. What's up?
Well, I don't like normally placing bets before others are not paid off, but I got to get on this Taylor Swift train while it's hot, and I got my bet ready for Perloff now. I mean, the whole staff could do it, but I had my vision of Pearl. So
Hit me.
whenever you're ready to hear this.
Yeah, I'm dying. What do we got?
Okay. So, if the Chiefs lose, remember that Harlem Shake that they had when everybody danced all crazy, to the music? Well, obviously she has that crazy dance whenever they're celebrating. So, the bet is if the Kansas City Chiefs lose, you have to get yourself a Taylor Swift-looking wig, dress up like Taylor Swift in Kansas City Chiefs attire, and then you guys all have to do a crazy dance, like maybe to the Harlem Shake or something like that.
With the Harlem Shake or the surf swag?
The swag surf.
Yeah.
Swag surf, whatever.
Yeah.
Wait.
All right.
Nick, what do you have to do?
Well, I'll do the same thing because I'm going to a Kansas City Chiefs party, and of course, I think they're the villains, so I'm rooting against them. I'm all about the 49ers, so if they lose, I'll dress up like Taylor Swift also, and that would be horrible.
Okay. Well, Nick, listen, I know there's still some outstanding bets out there. We have not forgotten about them.
Dion-related.
I mean, it's really, this is Perloff. The ball's in Perloff's court here. What do you think? Are you accepting this next bet to dress up like Taylor Swift?
You're going to have to tune in tomorrow to find out.
All right. Nick, we're going to Perloff's going to think it over. Give him 24 hours. How does that sound?
Sounds good. You guys have a great morning.
You too. Nick's the best. Say hi to the kids for us.
Did Nick hang up yet? Because there's no way I'm dressing up as Taylor.
No.
This is bad. Oh, God, you're still there.
Ducking the smoke.
Thank you, Nick.
Hang up on Nick. I'm not dressing up as Taylor Swift.
You dressed up as some weird soccer guy. Why not Taylor Swift?
The red lipstick. Oh, that stuff will never come off.
That's it. Okay. Thank you, EJ Stewart, Carlos Ortiz. Thanks, Dave Marinick and Spike Eskin. Thank you to Bobby and JT who are here. Thank you to Andrew Bogish, Andrew Kaplan,
Carrot Top,
Weedos, Coffee Drinkers, the Blue Man Group.
You're in a 5-minute break.